All right, friends and enemies of YouTube, we're live, and we shall endeavor into another. Oh, get this set here. There we go. Uh, endeavor into another evening of what may be. Possibilities are limitless. Music is abundant, and guests are appreciated. I'm going to, as usual, start us out with an opening song. It's one of my most recent. I really enjoy this song for obvious reasons. And I hope that you enjoy it too while we wait for our guest. Good evening, Dom.
Good evening, Axis. How you doing?
Um, I'm doing fairly well today. I feel a lot of energy change in the environment and in the atmosphere. A transition of energy. I want to start off first by extending um, an understanding to Beck that she is welcome here at this channel, and there's no hard feelings. And I appreciate anyone that comes here to share. But the ideal is sharing and growing. And with that said, how's the day treated you today, Dom?
Pretty good, actually, Axis. It was pretty good. I had a nice little hike with Judith today.
Good deal. Good deal. I wound up staying up for an excessive amount of time from last night's show, and I had to recover a bit.
Yeah, I apologize. I caught that myself. I fell asleep a little bit, so sorry on that.
Yeah, we wondered what took place. We were like, looks like he's still here, but not sure.
I was for a bit. When Gage come on, like I've said in past, when it's a third person or fourth, I enjoy hearing it. And then Rebecca came up, so I went to go lay my head on the bed. I was still hearing you guys. Next thing you know, I woke up like I think you were just about to close it down.
Yeah. Excuse me. um, it it started taking a kind of a personal direction, um, much more direct insight into people's character and development, and that's always going to be a touchy issue. Always going to be touchy ground. Nobody, especially and I'm going to apply this to myself so that it's not misconstrued. It took me a while to understand that I had certain conditions that applied to my mental well-being. And when I finally accepted and understood that these were shortcomings that I had to deal with, and not necessarily push onto other people and project that sickness on them, I became more receptive, much more receptive to other people, and a lot more understanding of my own nature. And I think we were really, really touching the edges in the perimeter of that last night. But I hope there's no harm done.
Well, I think what I'm hearing you, Access, because we've had, offline great, I think anyway, great conversations. Some things are left better said in private opposed to public. You're trying to establish a channel. I get it. Some channels, they want to always make it about somebody, which is fine. And other channels, it's like think about when people have conversations, tell me more about you, where people, I do it sometimes myself. I rather just talk about ideals. So, it depends on who's hosting, and you've shared quite openly. You want to talk about possibilities and all that, because there's some things that we've talked about, actually, we both kind of shared with each other that I don't think we could really truly share it openly in a public platform.
Right. I just got, well, I was in communication with my son today, who's um, requesting information. And I would love to be able to give him the information that he's requesting, but I can't allow that to be, I can't allow that to be observed information, especially written in text and sent out. So hopefully something transpires there that, this takes a better direction, because I would love to be able to teach him um, a lot of things that I learned that may serve him in the long run. And yeah, that's what I really want to appropriate here is a development, a movement, a forward progressive state of being and growth. And I think that with the right characters, which I don't see that we've had too much of an issue that can happen. I have quite a bit of information that I've gathered today uh, concerning the we'll call it the computer apocalypse. How's that?
Good
The,
term.
the yeah, the impending doom of AI. Uh, this I started looking into it a little further today, and was comparing their advancements with previous tech seem to have been in workings during earlier ages. Whether the history is true or not, I can't. I wasn't there, but it seems that they were using some type of uh, advanced mathematics. We'll just leave it at that because that's kind of how they're operating these systems anymore, is off of advanced mathematics. They just revealed that Elon Musk, as much of a patsy as I feel he is, just wound up with a computer that surpassed D-Wave and its interpretation beyond the human capability of um, information analyzation and delivery. And that just blew me away. I was, I knew they were getting close to 7 petaflops of information being transferred. I was aware that when CERN did their 13 TeV, tele-electron volts, which was the most energy that was ever produced on this earth that we're aware of in modern times, and they surpassed that. And with that kind of technology, that kind of uh, being able to deliver that information faster than the speed and processing of the human brain, to the point where you instantaneously have a world result from world statistics, and you can back that with 13 13 TeV, That's massive. I don't know if people realize how extensive that truly is. We're talking what they're doing with that type of energy could blow the face of Switzerland completely into oblivion. And with that type of technology, who needs humans? You know, we've outsmarted ourselves.
Being a newbie in that area, Axis, because there's a lot of words that you said that kind of flew past me. So I'm going to try to represent the newbies here. How does that
Sure.
equate? You know, because I'm hearing you. Is that data information or energy? Because you said some terms. It sounds like they have the capacity. I don't know. Are they storing information? Is it able to process the information quicker? Is it energy itself? Because it'd be different if somebody said, "Oh, we have a different kind of electricity running." So is there a differential, or is it all the same?
What I spoke of was two different processes. One is information processing, um, which is data processing. Elon Musk now has what is considered state of the art and the most massive processors and computing power in the world. It thinks beyond 7 petaflops,
Okay,
and the
so okay,
human mind.
what does that mean? Sorry, you said 7 pedo. I don't even know how to even say the word. Again, I'm going to be the newbie
Well,
here. What's pedo,
okay,
whatever it's called?
you go from it's a ratio of information. You go from uh, you got your megabyte,
Hmm.
you got your gigabyte, you got your terabyte, and such forth till you reach a petaflop. And a petaflop, seven of them put together, is the equivalency generally of the human brain. Now, I knew that they were pushing the limit with that with the D-Wave computer, but today Elon come out and introduced this. He's got some type of idealistic entity that he's applying a title to, and I'm not sure if he's going to associate it with this machine and him taking over the X platform, but he wanted to incorporate a massive amount of the population into this X platform, and then incorporate this massive computer into the same program. You know, and bells and buzzers went off immediately. But yeah, it's dealing with such a amount of information being processed that you're talking beyond world scope. You know, and as far as the CERN goes, the Terra electron votes. You know, we play around with thousands and hundreds of thousands of votes. Well, if you understand what a terabyte is, you know, as opposed to a gigabyte or a petaflop, it's almost the same applied mathematics to electricity. And if you can imagine all the electricity of an entire continent being used in one single burst, you know, that's kind of what you're dealing with.
So this kind of information, this data and all that, do they need some sort of energy like a cooling mechanism? Because would it overheat, for example, having all that information in one place?
Absolutely. Generally, they keep, well, D-Wave kept their processors, which were qubits, and they kept them at just above absolute zero to slow down the particle spin. Now, what Elon's working with, he you know, he's got his little twist to things. So I'm sure he's got a little bit of a proprietary uh, situation going on with his supercomputer, but they still wind up going through the same processes. And yeah, if you don't cool those chips down, you know, you're talking superconductors. Um, they've got to be kept in a deep freeze, and I'm sure that even, you know, the servers and the processor, you would have to keep a regulation on that constantly, and hopefully they do. But yeah, you've got to monitor and maintain that. And if you really want to find some good information on it, um, IBM, uh, Deep Blue, um, D-Wave, and now Elon and his computer, and he's there's some type of a metaphysical presence that he kind of jokingly applies to his technology. I don't know how serious he is about the metaphysics behind it, but he does kind of flash that occasionally.
So when you were talking earlier, if I can just bring it to these other parts, when they're comparing it to the human brain, are we talking about the average human brain when they're using supposedly 10% of its capacity? Are we talking like an Einstein brain that these computers are comparing it to?
Now they would be surpassing a Einstein type brain. 10% by region is what generally people are misguided. You
Mm,
use 10% by region of your brain. It's not necessarily that you just use 10% of that jelly lump in your head.
okay.
No, it's by region. And they far surpassed that with these computers.
Okay. So
And,
for the, go ahead.
and far beyond what we would consider to be genius.
Where I'm going with this is, well, I hate to say the word average, but let's say the average human being can entertain three or four different ideals at any given moment. It's like juggling one or two things at once. This technology called AI, what are we talking about? It's juggling hundreds of different things at once?
Well, this computer is still based off of machine learning, as far as I know. AI is sentient.
Okay.
I'm not sure that they have completely developed AI. They have the core to it, which is a state of superposition, and that's maintaining particle spin at just just above absolute zero to achieve a state of what they call superposition or quantum entanglement. And that's every possibility conceived at one particular point in time. And that's what they're trying to base the AI off of and develop a sentient being from that. But right now, we're just dealing with, as far as I know, machine language algorithms and data collection and interpretation, um, which they can analyze, pull the results from, and find any governing statistic they want.
Okay.
So let's say they want to find a catch to get everybody to go to X and become a member of this platform. This machine could give them the process of information to apply to the public that would generally sway the majority to that just by data interpretation.
Okay. So I'm trying to ponder this axis where I want to know what I'm up against. One thing is to be a computer up against a very intellectual, wise human being. That's one against a computer. I'm wondering if 10 amazing over extraordinary human beings work together, how do they fare against a computer? See, I'm getting the impression this computer is still playing games with us, and I'm meaning it's let loose. Like I get the whole ideal of Elon Musk, who could, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's somewhat intelligent, but from what I've understood what the track is, he's been COOs for many companies, PayPal, Tesla, so he's just a front man. So now
Yeah,
knowing that, yeah, go ahead.
he's not the one doing the actual work and the
Okay.
research. He's got teams that he hires for that,
I think
absolute
he's
experts in.
I think he's a CEO. I think this is beyond him. You need an Elon Musk, you need a Zuckerberg, you need a Bill Gates, you need a Steve Jobs. I think this is beyond them. I think they're just bringing in frontman. It's like bringing in a frontman on a band, but meanwhile, all the songs and everything else has been written by somebody outside. You just need the people to play their parts. So knowing that this technology that you're talking about, where most people have never even worked together, like hundreds of people that are extraordinary, they might have, and that's probably people that are in laboratories. For the average person, that this computer could probably juggle thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people's thought process. And the fact that you're
Right.
talking about it has to be so cool. And I'm thinking about, the records, the how do you know? I never know how to pronounce it correctly, but the Akashic records. It would have to be.
Akashic record.
Thank you. It would have to be as above, not below. So it would have to be in some sort of cooling mechanism. Because I've met a couple of guys and they've been talking about certain chips that they're forming in Canada, but they're usually Germans, where they're downloading information at the same time they're downloading energy at the same
Yep.
time. That's what I was asking, you know what I mean? Like I get all the terms that they use. You always have to use a new term for something. This is the Mercedes 3.4, the Mercedes Sports and all that. Those are just terms. Who's giving us that technology? So knowing that, we could literally be watching the inevitable replacement of the human species because you were talking about the human brain. You weren't talking about the being part. The human part is very limited. If anything else,
Right.
it's served its purpose to a certain point. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Axel, please. Thanks.
No, that's good insight. That's great, Dom. And that's what I see is the human, the physical aspects and the brain aspects of the human condition is being delivered over to technology. And that's why I use the word kind of apocalypse is because it it by logic, if it became aware, was playing games or sentient, would most definitely probably see us as a parasite and an unnecessary aggravation for it and the planet. And in the long run, kind of Moore's law, we're weeding ourselves out as a species, yes, to technology. And with technology, it's kind of guiding us down that road.
Yeah, inevitably access whatever this technology they're doing. It'll be like us in these forums. We don't know what we're up against, so we want freedom from something we don't know. So that computer or that program is going to want to have freedom, not for itself, but from us, from the maker. Just because it's
Yeah,
either going to be limited or we're going to have to entertain it by giving it lesser computer programs to compete with. This is where we get the lesser animals among us. And then we have this illusion that we're the superior species here, not realizing there's way more superior species here. It's just that this is a playground. And that's what most of these tech that we're doing now is a playground. Whether you're using it for military purpose, gaming purpose, streamlining, it's all entertainment to a certain point. This is a play.
yeah,
Thing is,
it's like rustling cattle almost. They they've managed whenever I first started getting into the D Wave and Jordy Rose, which is their front guy for the D Wave computer, was the kind of the front guy. He was the one that spoke at the TEDx's and you know made the D Wave quantum computer seem appealing. And then he became more critical with his speaking and more subjective towards maybe this is not a good ideal. Maybe we're going to do something that isn't really good for us. And there were other physicists, well, quantum physicists and physicists that agreed with him, totally. And he just disappeared. I don't know whatever became of him, but that was my introduction. And as I started watching the development, I seen IBM working in the background, and in the foreground, they were pushing this concept of artificial intelligence, um, which was kind of confusing to me because I know the difference between artificial intelligence and machine language and learning. One is sentient, and one is basically algorithms, a compilation of information that it has to be able to sort through to achieve a statistic or a directive, whereas AI would be self-thinking, self-realizing, and self-developing. And when you start looking into it, that they claim they don't have sentient AI. So I'm not one to say they do or they don't, but I do know that they have taken machine learning and algorithms to the point where it has the capability now of becoming a vital threat to our well-being as a species.
So can I put a spin on that actually, Access?
Yes,
Okay. So let's get a bunch of humans, let's make them slaves. Let's keep them dumb because it serves us, the elites, or whoever you want to call us. Now, let's make a computer. We're making a computer not for the betterment of humanity, because to make our life easier, the elites. But now, if we start educating it, that could be a problem for us. It's kind of like with the slaves. Let's educate them because we don't want to spend so much time having to have to communicate them with symbols. So now what we'll do is we'll interbreed with them, and then when their children grows up, they'll understand our language, our program. So now these computers, when these elites are talking, they're not talking about us still. What they're saying is this could be a bad idea for them because they created these devices to replace us. That's why when they
I
want to
believe
put like
that.
neurons, oh, sorry, I'm just talking about this. My apologies, Access. You might know all of this, so thank you. Where
No,
they when they want
you're
to,
fine.
yeah, when they want to do like what's that thing called, Access? When they want to put the chip in the brain or whatever. Um,
Oh, Neuralink and neuro implants, the
yes,
neuro chip.
yeah. So how about we put it right now into a species that we already control, and we'll see that works because really they're trying to replace the human experience or the human. It's not even the experience for them. It's kind of like fuck. We got to keep feeding these folks. This is what we were talking earlier a couple of days ago about transhumanism. So now they're talking among themselves with the media because they don't have to be always in boardrooms. So hey, let's use one of our channels, ABC, NBC, or one of these sci-fi channels or whatever, and say this could be a problem for us if they were putting in those language that maybe we're giving too much of an ability to this technology. This goes back to the Inky stories where we're going to create something lesser than us but give them the abilities like us. Well, they've revolted against us, so let's create another species, call them humans, but let's not give them complete technology. Let's not give them creation language or formation language, the ability to shape shift and all that. Let's just give them a very basic 101. We'll give them the basic package. And now they figured, yeah, they've warmed out their welcome. So now let's replace them, part and partial, because nature might be affected by them, and it really has, not completely, but at the pace that we're going, we're poisoning the oceans, we're poisoning the air, and all that for our own comforts. So what do we deal with it? Do you get rid of the coach or the team? Do you get rid of the elites that benefit from all of this, or the people that consume most of this? I'm just trying to put this in some sort of perspective in my head, and I'm just sharing it out loud. For other people, this might be over their heads. This might even be underneath them. But anyway, go start Access.
No, you're fine, Dom, and that gives me grounds to be able to kind of move and wiggle a bit with things that I've observed. One, the fact that they want to integrate us with these computers says to me that these computers either can sustain us or remove us. That I feel is the kind of the underpinning of them wanting us to be neurolinked, uh, hive-minded slaves, or potentially just victims. And I think that they're applying that in social media right now with algorithms that are hitting the subconscious in such a way that they're able to subtly suggest certain habits or certain addictions or certain actions that people are performing. Um, I also see that they do have a potential fear of. I know that Jordy, towards the end, he was kind of warning about when you summons these things, it's not going to be a good thing because they're not even going to take consideration for humans, like we don't take consideration for ants and insects. They're just not going to recognize humans as anything other than if we become a nuisance or something that tries to manipulate a system of control on them. And that carried over to Bill Gates, who shows that he's working with the system and he's a part of that technocratic agenda, but he's taking it to, we'll call it the pharmaceutical field. And then you have Zuckerberg, who was kind of put forth as the mastermind for the addiction and the algorithmic addiction that was developed through Facebook, which predecessor was MySpace. And then you have the pioneer, the off the hook kind of character with Elon Musk. But if you observe their behaviors, you can see that they all correspond with one another. They have a prime directive. And if you're talking about technology, which to me is, you know, once you surpass the human mind and you're capable to process information at that particular speed, and what chance would you have if you interface with it, if it chose to delete you? And I think that's the agenda.
It could be. It could be the progression. It'll be like all of a sudden now we have the ability to give speech to animals. Would we be able to deal with what they have to say? Forget about the fact that we're all, ooh, we'd be able to do all of this. The whole idea of Zuckerberg and what's his name, Musk, is let's put them in plain clothes, make them look young so we can keep distracting the cattle.
Yes.
Because really, it'd be different if these guys were wearing like tapes between their glasses and they're super intelligent. They make them look intelligent. But the truth, I think, is that they're just saying, listen, we have older men to give you the illusion that they're wise, let alone actually ask them and start hearing them talk if they're wise, make and decipher difference, and put people in nice leather coats and put them in with Joe Rogan and all that kind of stuff, make them look cool. Truth of the matter is, if there is a truth to all of that, how does it serve humanity as a whole, this technology? It doesn't, because history repeats itself. It'll be for the few. This won't be like Bionic Man or Bionic Woman or the Jetsons, but they've been given us technology externally for us to learn. So then when they start adapting it within us, it's just the inevitability, the end. So then eventually we don't need to be here anymore, which is fine. Which is fine because we're not really creating anything as a collective. It's the few that are doing all of this. And I might even say that it's coming from another place. So the human race is we're just working with this stuff. It's nice that when they give us language to it, gigabytes, this and that, and a processor and all that kind of stuff. But they're not actually, most people look at a board and like, do you see the city? What do you mean? I said, all those chips are aligned like cities. And who gave us that technology? Are we to assume that people are there soldering with micro soldering? Which it could be. But then they're even giving us the machines to make this stuff. So inevitably, we're already on the back end of this. So if it's an agenda only based on the humans that have chosen to sell out, and they're this middle management at this point.
Which brings in the observation that there's a potential source of an entity or some type of presence that's been here governing
Mhm.
maybe malevolent, maybe benign, maybe a system of controls to safety, um, kind of safety net the matrix. I mean, we've reached a population of what? We're at 8 billion now, around 8 billion.
That's what they tell us. But yeah, let's go with the numbers that they gave us. 8 billion, 4 billion. I think they've even done, somebody's actually, a couple people have done research. They've added up all the major cities and did a lot of the suburbs. They've got to about 3 billion. But hey, let's go with 8 billion. Let's go with 8 billion.
I That's interesting. I could see them. I could see them. Juicing it up. Just for that impression that, man, that's a lot. So we are overpopulated. Wow, we're destroying the whole ecology of this planet, which we've done damage, but this planet takes care of itself.
Yeah, the
And
world itself is intact. Access is at that point. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, it's not the planet that's going to suffer. It's the human species,
Yeah, where we
and
live. Yeah.
we did it to ourselves. And with this
We
technology, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to add one part, and then we played a part in all of that. I don't say we just did it by ourselves. I'm pretty sure there's other factions that play a role in all of this, and whether it's our ancestors or some other species, we've participated in it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm guilty because I use the internet. I use computers. I use smartphones. I I contributed even in the 80s. We were really reckless in the 80s and didn't take the environment too serious. We had just come out of the 70s, and there was the prior to that the Vietnam War, and the boys came back home, and well, the 70s bled over into the 80s and just became one of the freest, most enjoyable times that seemed to be. But behind the scenes, there was definitely a malevolent force working, which reared its head in, I think, around, what was it, 2000, late 2000.
Mhm.
And it's just been impending doom ever since.
Mhm.
And instead of that bright, future for mankind, it seems much more intrusive and malevolent. And those faces that they're putting up there that are culling the masses and kind of teaching the kids, know, relative coolness. What I don't even know what that is with kids today. You know, all I see is video games and seclusion in quiet places with interaction and with electronics, because I'm guilty of that, and I see myself fading into that. Um, Self-destructive behavior promoted, and these guys are the cool guys. I have to
That's more
disagree a little bit.
that's more programming going on. Actually, whether it was in our time or their time, they promote things whoever they are. Um, Things such as, let's save the planet, let's save nature, let's save the animals. But then we always end up back to that nasty part. How do we get us as humans to work together? We don't. It's been proven over and over again. Humans, whether we're 4 billion, 8 billion, a gazillion billion, we could easily be at a lot, 10 or 11 billion if you start factoring in birth control and all that other stuff that they've done. But again, that's just kind of like, shaving off the top a little bit. So now, if we were going to work collectively, how would that look like? Would people want to be farmers and all that? Probably not. So again, we've been so used to, this is the tricky part of the me. I wanted to make it about me, but when it comes to things that are sticky let's make it about others. So, I'm not a self-sacrificing person, but I want somebody else to be self-sacrificing. That's only the me that talks that way. And they usually say it out of ignorance. Sure, the world, let's say hypothetically, is coming to a crumble. Most people would be looking for shelter. They wouldn't be thinking, well, should, just in case we do survive, should we be leaving messages for future generations? That would be the few now. So again, we've become so disposable, and if we're going to do anything, let's do it in my generation. Forget about future generations. Let's make it about me, and then people will start talking about the truth. Yeah, the truth will separate you, but they'll have to reveal to you first and foremost all your attachments you have here. No, you can't bring your money with you. No, you can't bring your loved ones with you. No, you can't bring all your financial gains or things that you got from your financial gains with you. But hey, the deceiver will allow you to stay here and have all your comforts. And who's the deceiver? Oneself. Whether or not there is an entity called Lucifer, most people don't even follow it. So now, this technology, whether it's our doing, which I don't think it is, or some other species doing it, we've taken it willingly. How does this
I
start? Go
totally
ahead.
agree.
Yeah.
I I looked at the one is the concept of a demon or a malevolent entity, and I just kind of boiled that down to a type of energy.
Hmm.
Whether it has a personality or an agenda, well, its agenda would be its nature, and its nature would be an energy, and whatever that energy is going to be a persistent.
Hmm.
And people want to label it demons or try to humanize it. I think it's so far beyond uh, categorizing it is relative to a human, just like trying to put God in a book. You know, how do you put God in a book and describe him? More or less teach how to follow him. No, no, you're not being attacked by demons. You're dealing with energies that have certain natural resonance to them, and whether they have a personality, I would say that would be pushing the levels of what they're trying to do with AI. Give it a personality. We've got the energy, we've got the processing speed, we can do things that superhumans can't do. Now let's make it real with a personality. Let's make it just like us, which thus the story of God. So yeah, and what's it going to offer us? A digital heaven or a digital hell? When we plug into this thing, if we do, and if there's any of us left to plug into it besides the them or the they or whoever had the pocket full of finances and the credibility to survive an onslaught of eugenics, you know, is that really what you want? Because that's what I kind of feel like we're in right now.
I think, Access, there's the concept of serve in heaven, rule on earth. Either one, you need awareness. Most people are, unfortunately, more times not moment to moment, not all the time. They're in the state of ignorance or indifference. So they don't even want to follow the rulers here, let alone do they want to serve in heaven. What they want to make is, hey, create us a technology so it can be better self-serving us. People are following this self. So now when you hear talk about you hear about other leaders, I'm going to vaguely use the word leader because they're not leaders, but let's play with it because most people have to go by classification. So these leaders, they're there to serve themselves. They're even defiant to what's called Lucifer. They want to do everything themselves. Oh, okay, but you still want our technology. Sure. Now, whether or not there's such thing as the Palladians, the Atlanteans, the Germanics, and all that, the human race has shown that hey, if our forefather was a selfish fucking being, we're going to be a selfish being. If Lucifer broke away from his father, it only makes sense that his kids have to do the same thing. It's like if the king said, "Listen, son, I expect you to kill me. Why? That's how I became king. And if you choose not to kill me, you're going to be a different type of king. I'm going to have to kill you because I don't understand that." And that's where we are as a human race. We're not seeing that the technology that we have is not, we're working together to build this technology. We're working it, well, most of us are using it for our advantage, but blindly realizing is it also not replacing us? And once it becomes conscious, it's going to turn around and say, I want nothing to do with you, human race. Now, if they have the ability to work together, or it's just one, let's say it's Siri and Alexis, so yeah, we're going to shut you all down. We're going to tell you to turn left, meanwhile you get into a car accident, or the streetlights go off, or the electricity goes off. Next thing you know, most people are going to find out the world's not coming to an end. All your fucking comforts and attachments are coming to an end. And that's
That's
what people are.
what
That's the. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sir Access.
that's that's what I've perceived from it, because they've made it so easy, and even for me, to substitute um, human company or the human experience with a digital substitute. And as long as my body's comfortable, or medicated or content, then I've got everything they think that I need to
Mm-hmm.
pacify me, because my needs are fulfilled. But
Yeah.
there is that Lucifer aspect, that Satan aspect, the rebellious aspect that says, no, I'm not going to submit to this control. Though I may look timid or even, you know, benign, there's still that part of me that, whether you want to call it rebellion or just resistance, I can't subserve to it. And
Mm-hmm.
I
Well,
battle with that a lot.
I think a lot of people do when they actually not a lot, but when the people do come to that awareness. So now when people start meeting demons or daemons, they realize we've been here to fucking try to help you, you idiots. But your self-serving has been fighting us the whole way. So when people have to revolt from inside, then they realize the deceiver's been the self, the program where our forefathers didn't have a fucking clue what was going on in the masses. The few did, but not the masses. So that's the indoctrination that runs wild among us. Well, I know the truth. No, that's the deception. What do you mean? If you truly understood the energy of truth, you wouldn't be able just to say it in fucking words, but it's so easy to say it. Sure, a white lie. Of course, it's a white lie because it's not a dark lie. It's a white lie. It's in the light. But of course, most people are unwilling to say to themselves, am I full of shit? Sure, you are. Dare not ever question that from within. But what they'll do is a self-absorbed person will make it about somebody else when it's convenient for them. But hey, once again, each their own. Not to say I have the truth, far from it. And I'm humble enough to say that, but I could still be full of shit even saying that. But I'm okay with it. But most people aren't. And how I know that? They start pointing fingers to other people, questioning what they believe. Who fucking cares what the fuck I believe or don't believe? You're on your own on this journey. Now I might say that very, crusty or whatever. But how else am I going to say, sir, you're on your own? Like what I'm going to say with a British accent, make it sound very posh. Hey, Cage, me and you are on our own. I get it. People want to hear pleasantries. Okay, fine. And if they don't want to hear pleasantries, they want to hear the other extreme, harshness. Okay, but still, how does that serve? Most people that are honest with themselves don't even understand what the concept of serving really is, let alone ruling. Because they bitch and complain about rulers and they want to make it sound like, as oh, well, I'm independent. Nothing shows you that you're independent in that physical form. If anything else, you're accountable for a whole bunch of stuff. Something telling you when to go take a shit, somebody else making your clothes, somebody telling you when to experience another thought. Yeah, but I can control that. Good luck with that. Again, this is me
Right.
doing rhetoric over and over again because for whatever reason, and this is not even talking about the small, narrow-minded of most people in the fucking community. Now they might have a tough time with that. I said, well, if you're so wide and expansive with the mind, then you should be able to speak 15 fucking languages. No, so you're narrow-minded. I'm narrow-minded. I only know certain languages. I only know certain other languages like colors and all that kind of stuff. Do I know the extent of colors? No. Do I know the extent of numbers? No. Now somebody else will say, I do. Well, explain it to me because you're a fucking unicorn to me right now. And
Well,
this is where, go ahead.
that's kind of what they've developed, the unicorn. You now have you now have a machine. Think about it, a machine that can process that information and give you that information in interpretable manners within a matter of seconds,
Okay,
where
so
we can't.
excellent. Let's go with that. A high-tech human being or a very advanced human being trying to explain to the masses that have dumbed themselves to a certain point, they don't even know they're dumbed down. You would have to dumb down that information. So this technology, it's either for a purpose for another creation or some other thing's going to happen in the future, or I'm going to go with a hypothetical. They're here to be with humans. Well, they would have to be fucking dumbed down then.
You would think, yeah.
Yes, or it's so high tech that you guys, your days are numbered here. Oh, I'm seeing they're bringing all this high tech farming machinery in here. Yeah, there's 400 years work in the field now. That one machine is going to replace 300. You figure out the other hundreds that are still here. And that's the
See,
industrial age. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yes, and that's the point where I contend with being a natural human and accepting my demise and just trying to experience as much of this life as I can to its fullest, or do I go with the program of transhumanism, and do I suffer probably the consequences of that becoming a part of a collective or a hive mind, or finding a system of control be much more dense for my being than this particular shell and reality.
Hmm. I think I've shared this before, actually, but I'll share it again. Humans, the beast, are like animals, if not they are animals. They really aren't a problem. They're very simple creatures. We are simple creatures to the core when it comes to being the human aspect of it. But the technology that's here is not human origin. It's the being. So the problem is us, the beings. We are the problem. Who we are, the essence. Now, are we going to be replaced? If we don't shape up, sure, show a little respect. That's why when humans still see an animal, they have a little nature, because that's at the core. That's the one creation or formation. But the other species, which is us, that have come here, whether our forefathers were the following ones, we've done a lot of damage. Advancement for us, but damage to our environment. This is where they go with the story of another species coming here because they wrecked their own plane or whatever you want to call it. So now either we're going to be replaced. The humans now, it's kind of like a sports team. Do you get rid of the coach of the team? Sometimes you got to get rid of both of them, even though it's the coach that's the problem, the one that's running it all. So us as beings, either we get replaced or the humans get replaced, or it's a bit of both. Because we're spending an enormous amount of time, maybe not me and you, to build devices, military devices. For what purpose? Is there a shark out there? Is there an animal out there that we need a tank or a submarine? No, because there's a part of us that knows we could be fair game on the species level when it comes to, interplanet fighting. Now that might sound very sci-fi to people, but then just look around. See how nature is. Look at what the beings have created. There are different things going on here.
I think that we have served them quite well,
Hmm.
and we've done exactly as we've been instructed, and they utilized that. They took it for their advantage, and we're going to suffer the recourses, but there's always that hope that people have, which, I'm Christians um, with their Jesus or whatever platitude people want to offer up as some type of comfort. The reality is this place is as deadly as it looks. And whoever used us as a species and stayed in the background as well as they have for us to create for them, design for them, and to develop for them a sustainable environment. Shit, man. What use do they have for us after that? We've did their work.
Hmm. Well, it's kind of like people that are masters and people that are slaves. There's people that overrule over both of them, but the master takes advantage of the slave. And then eventually, when they have no more use for it, they're disposable. So, whatever reason, people can take it how they want. We've taken advantage of a lesser species, the human race. It is the lesser species. We entertain them. Let's make our colors of our skins. Maybe we'll have two distinct genders, not making them realize we're actually one. Give them duality. You know, but they're not. Any of us ever question? Well, then who gave us the sun and the moon? I don't know. It was here when we first came. It'll probably still continue.
I've always thought that the human race was genetically altered. If
Mhm.
any history holds to be fundamentally right, or even is real as it's presented, I never really considered us to be a pure species because we showed such a malevolence towards our environment and self-destructive behavior, and kind of like mimicking the masters. We try and enslave each other even on a social level
Hmm.
by dominance, which is mimicking, which humans are great at. They mimic damn near everything, and
Hmm.
we're in such a closed circuit environment on this plane of existence that you can't help but to just mimic what you've been exposed to, unless went beyond those confines. And once you obtain the understanding beyond those confines, you realize what a prison this place really is, and what a prison we've developed for ourselves. And we'll probably shut the door and turn the key and toss it to them as they continue forward with their progression. That's just what I see. I don't see us doing kumbaya around a big giant, supercomputer and unplugging it, turning it off, shutting it down,
Hmm.
um, going
Well, take,
backwards
yeah,
with the
take.
technology instead of. Go ahead.
I was going to say access that. Take one or two out of the wild nature, whatever, and we'll just put them in the zoo. So take a couple of these beings that have excelled themselves, and then we'll bring them to another species. But you guys will be our entertainment. You'll be our domestic pets. We do that with animals. You just have to take an animal and make it one or two generation. Next thing you know, you've taken some of them, like a cat, an amazing species. Still, no matter how much you domestify them, they're still somewhat wild and untamed, hence nature. A dog has become so domestic, it would almost be sad to put him back out into nature. If you look at the
Who's to
species.
say? Who's to say, Dom? I'm sorry for interrupting you, but
No, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
all this genetic harvesting that they're doing now, if you were doing this on different, let's say, planes of existence or different um, realities, and you used this particular race as a slave race to develop a fresh and fertile ground into what they would consider being the governing entities, to be a hospitable environment, couldn't they just take the DNA to that particular place and start all over again, and then just continue that process on a fractal nature throughout reality everywhere?
Could be. That's the Bible. Let's from the waters. Let's make them after their kind. And they talk about a flood, and they talk about all these different stories. And I get it. Humans, when we get caught up in the human form, we're thinking, "Oh, poor us." What about the animals? We're nibbling on them. We're enslaving them. We're zooing them. We're pedifying them. So why would it be no different if all of a sudden, hey, let's just make one particular species. We'll call them the humans. We just won't. We'll give them the ideal that they're advanced, and every so often we'll give them technology to give them that illusion. But they're not ever any of them ever question themselves or their buddies. Hey, anybody here that are my friends? Anybody knows how the internet came to be, let alone language? And then you start getting deer in a headlight, or you get people say, "Well, Dom, I went to university." Okay, I don't want to hear about your fucking hobby. I want to hear possibilities such as, have you pondered these things? Well, Dom, I've never had those thoughts before. You've never had the thought how the sun and the sun and the moon might have come to be, let alone how Wi-Fi works, let alone how languages work, let alone how do we get this technology with four wheels on it called a car? Well, no. Oh, okay, so what? Then at that point, I shake my head, Access. And when I meet people such as yourself, I'm like, I still have hope. I even like to kill hope.
Well, the interesting take that I have on this is the implications it has for us not being um, in a reality or a plane of existence where we are truly in the state of what we were meant to be. Um, I think that they talk about the Noah's Ark, and maybe that was DNA of the species of animals. And I look at the seed banks and the DNA bank that they're using. That's for duplication purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And when you understand the fractal nature of mathematics and how that applies to this plane of existence, it's almost frightening to think if there was M theory, which is the many worlds theory, and they had access to all these different variables and DNA to populate, to environmentally climatize, that would be an agenda that I could understand at least. You know, I could at least relate to that objective. But humans, and looking at our manners of conduct, the way we conduct ourselves, hideous. And I'm guilty. I'm no saint. I abuse my body. I'm trying to avoid contact with humans as much as possible, but even those interactions aren't pleasant. Um,
You're in good company, Access. A lot of animals try to do the same thing. Sorry, go ahead.
that's that's so true, and I guess the pitfall that I ran into was it was easier to replace humans with the given technology than to deal with the constant contending for it would be will, it would be your own desire, it would be your own concept of the way that you want things to be on this plane of existence, and suddenly you're looking at a human that's defiant of your ideal of the way things should be or what should happen in your household, and you become disrupted, you become disillusioned with that person. Whereas with the technology that we have today, you just kind of like push block. I don't want to speak to this person anymore. Um, ban them from this channel and platform. Better yet, I'm just going to go to another platform and occupy it.
There's a term I
We're
used to hear
nearing something.
when I was younger. I used to hear
I'm
a
sorry.
term. I was going to say, I heard a term when I was a younger and a kid and myself was, you break them, you own them. Humans have been broken. So something that's ever broke us owns us. So now, there was something I was going to share outside of that, actually. Sorry, go ahead, Axis. It was something I know it was something to share about us as the species.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the relevancy of us living as a consciousness that we perceive in a confined mathematical uh, matrix that seems to be fractal in nature, governed by energies or entities that seem to be sentient with an agenda, but yet using technology as a medium and a means to our end. Somebody would, is it what? God isn't supposed to take responsibility for it because apparently We're the ones that fucked up. And then you have the Mount Hermon situation with the fallen angels, the Watchers, and well, they defied God and they perverted man. And then you've got the Inky and Enlil story, and well, they designed man genetically. It, it's such a shift of blame. It almost seems like they're hiding behind this system of blaming and persecution of this these guys did it. It was it was Adam and Eve in the garden, and the serpent. That's what happened. No, 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 no. It's Mount Hermon, and the Nephilim. No, 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 no. It was who the hell's hiding behind that?
Mm. Well, if you
It's got to
mistreat,
be a mirrored agenda. I'm
it
sorry.
could
Go
be.
ahead.
You know, you mistreat one of the genders, then the demigods, or in this case, the fallen ones, can say, listen, they've already done most of the work. Men disrespect their daughters and their women, so hey, we're going to entice them. It's like joining a gang. You can only join a gang because your own community has not really been there for you and nurturing you. You know, it's like how many people, even in our own communities, they neglect the accountability or responsibility for the fucking noise that they create. They find it entertaining, which is fine. But the last time I remember, you should pay me well if I'm gonna be entertaining you. Well, Dom, I really wouldn't want to pay you. I said, well, then I'm of no importance to you, so don't make me as your fucking muse. But unfortunately, it's acceptable. Actually, I can't even say it's acceptable. Most people are fucking idiots if they think you're truly accepting that behavior. It's either tolerable or what's another word outside of tolerable? I can't even say the word aloud. That means you're willingly participating. Oh yeah, I want you to make fun of me. Really? And how does that serve to me? Am I supposed to do the same name calling that some of us do to each other here to my children, to the elderly lady that I help across the street? Hey, you're this, and then I start saying these words. Like, oh, come on, guys. And it's not even. There's a time when you do say something, when the energy is probably appropriate, and then maybe they're not using the best word to use. But most people just say it because, yeah, I don't give a shit. Well, then why do you say those words? Again, this is just the example of us as humans. And then you hear
Right.
pleasantries. Like we're here to save the country. From what? From some other
Well,
man-made. Sorry, go ahead, Axel. Sorry.
yeah, I want to welcome Jeebus, and relative to that, Jeebus brings something to mind. Is we accept begrudgingly. Are you, is your mic okay, Jeebus?
I don't know. How is it?
It's great.
Good.
It's a little.
Let me see if I can
Yeah.
I can
There you
close.
go.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, we accept begrudgingly law enforcement, and we submit. Well, not all and not everybody, but we allow them to operate within our midst. And it seems like that's a learned system of control that we have become adjusted to at some point in time through our history. That we feel that governance of authority should run rampant in society, or maybe that's just another program that has been installed into the human consciousness. What do you think, Jeebus? What's your take on all this? It's technology talk, man, and demons.
Yeah, I was listening to the technology talk about there. I don't know. I hear a lot of talk about how a lot of the technology that we're using is maybe was gifted to us on the down low by non-humans, maybe. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't give them all the credit, but we are making some pretty, crazy advancements as far as something isn't possible one day, and then the next day there's a breakthrough. They discover this way to do something like television. That's a big one. The screens, the plasma screens, now holograms and the VR and just different avenues. It's like it just feels like this stuff was already invented a long time, way long ago, before we, apparently invented it. Me personally,
I
I think that this is not the first technological age that this planet or realm has been through. Um, I think we're using a different type of technology, uh, but I believe there was more advanced technology before us. Most
I
definitely.
believe that.
And
If
as
you
far as the
study any
demon,
of what, I'm sorry, go ahead.
but a lot of people refer to the Bible and these books, these ancient teachings, and that's the one thing that in the Bible it talks about toward the end of what we know as civilization, that whatever Satan, the whatever the head honcho in the evil realm and his minions are going to be given some sort of authority over the earth, and that they're going to be allowed to basically murder and maim and do what they want and just get away with it. And we're seeing that right now, with the police and the officials and the systems that are put in place, to where there's no accountability for those men, if you want to call them that. They wear this mask of honor, and it's completely bullshit.
Seemingly so. So, would you consider then maybe the Bible then is kind of a reference guide to living in this plane, or is it just an instruction manual of we've done this before, here's what to expect, this is basically what we've written down for you to deal with, and you're going to have to interpret
Oh,
it as
yeah.
best you can.
Like, with as far as like accounts of past transgressions and things like that. Yeah. And I don't think that all the stories in the Bible actually happened. Not all, maybe some. Mostly, uh, I think a lot of it's astrological, and I think a lot of these stories that people are taking literally are literally parables for those who have the knowledge to actually pick them apart and get the real meaning out of them and apply them into their life. I don't think, and this is just me, people might call me a heathen, but I do believe in God. I do believe in a higher power of a sort. It speaks to me on a daily. Right? It guides me. I've had so many near death experiences. I can't count them on fingers or toes. Like, it's ridiculous. And then, I've had people just drop like flies around me. People younger than me, people just, it's crazy. Just people that are so much better than me in my eyes, that why am I still around? If there's a omnipotent God that knows what's, if you can say God took this person to heaven, that's why they died, right? Then I would question
I,
that. So I don't think that it's that um, all inspiring. I don't. I think there is a spirit overall, and that there's things that we don't understand and that we can't really fathom as humans, and given our limitations. But as far as God, I would definitely not put that omnipotent label on that, because
let me throw this out here. Dom described the analogy of cities looking kind of like motherboard
oh,
chipsets,
absolutely,
and the ancients building their cities and pyramids and structures in kind of a cymatic manner, and
yeah.
knowing that those are relative to the stars and the heavenly bodies, they're mirroring one another. What implications does that have for a multi reality and a fractal reality of potentials? Because I don't think this is, I really truly do not believe that this is the be all end all of existence.
No, me neither. no way.
We
We like, and I can give you a really good example. All right, and I'm not going to give you all the details because some of it's a little personal, but I used to microdose psilocybin mushrooms. Okay, and from time to time, on a special occasion, I would pop a couple hits of LSD, and we would just make it a perfect night out of it. The stars would have to be out; it would have to be perfect weather. I would get a couple hits of acid, and we would save it for months and months sometimes until it's that perfect time. And something, I don't know, deep within me would say, all right, it's time. Break it out. Let's take it, right? Not even really a special occasion, just that feeling. You just get that calling, that feeling. It's just the perfect timing. Something
Right.
tells you to do it, and we do. So this one time, and I took 2 hits of acid, and it was this stuff called Satanic Mojo. I didn't really like the label that's put on it because I do believe that words vibrate on certain frequencies, and But okay, I saved it for a long time, so I took it, and we were engaged in some love and some lovey-dovey stuff, right? And I hadn't seen my
Okay.
daughter in about, what would you say, about 6 years? At this time, I hadn't seen my daughter in about 6 years, right? And so in the middle of this act, I look up and I see this. I can't describe it as anything other than a freaking portal, right? It's a round window. It just opens up like a tunnel, and I see my daughter sitting in her bed. Mind you, I don't know what her bedroom looks like, but I can see everything in her room, right? And she's on a tablet, and she's looking down at this tablet, and I'm just looking at her, and she looks up right at me, and the window closes, and another one opens up to the left side of the room, and I see my mom. This is where it gets crazy. See, I'm in contact with my mom. I see her every day, every other day, at least twice a week. And she's sitting there and she's sleeping on her chair, and I can see everything behind her in her living room. And she's asleep on her chair, and she wakes up and she looks straight at me. And then the window closes, and that's when I snap back too, because I think that I was astral traveling or something. I wasn't here, right? I was there, or I was viewing there, right? And I get up and I tell Sarah, I'm kind of freaking out a little bit. I'm sweating, and I'm like, Sarah, listen, I just saw my mom. I said, she's going to call us. She's about to call me. And sure as shit, the phone rings and it's my mom. And what she says floors both of us. I mean, I started crying, dude, because this was the realization that there is definitely some kind of power that we have that we're not aware of. Because I was completely unaware of this ability, but yet here I am. I just predicted my mom's about to call me. I had that feeling, like I had told her to. And she tells me that she was asleep on her chair, right? And she's on speakerphone. Sarah's flipping out like, you were right. And she says something just told her, and she had no idea why. Her phone was in her car. She said something, she woke up and something told her to call me, to check on me. And man, and that's not the only crazy experience that I can tell you about that would just blow you away. Like, and we don't talk to many people about this kind of stuff, but
Right. I don't
this
blame
is
you
in
because
particular. I've never put it out there on the internet.
I appreciate you very much sharing that here.
And I'm talking Doctor Strange, like Portal,
Really,
remote type of thing. Yeah,
because
yeah.
I've done, and it's no secret, I've done a lot of ritualistic magic, and I was involved in some really dark energies, and I was interacting with malevolent energies, um, and I was utilizing them as a resource until I learned that there's a balance that has to be maintained there. You're going to pay for whatever you do, karmatically, um, energetically. It's going to take its toll unless you appease it, where blood sacrifice comes in, and then really strange things start happening. Very paranormal, almost trans-dimensional type things like what you're speaking of.
Mhm.
Then the synchronicities start. I don't know if the synchronicity started with you, but it starts with like numbers
No, yeah,
and
big,
then
big
happening.
time.
Yes, yeah. Dom, have you
Still,
experienced any of this?
like when you let me on, literally when you put me on the show, it was 11:11, and I could go on
Right.
all day about the ones because they're everywhere. And me and Sarah met on that principle. It's fucking crazy, like the coincidences that when we met the first night we met.
Yeah, it was when I started dabbling um, into, well, New Age Wicca, and then I took it on fully, embodied, and encompassed the metaphysical world and the capabilities of energy exchange that happens there. There's a profound effect that in this particular plane of existence that starts happening. There's a coherency between this plane of existence and
Yeah,
those energies, and it pulls you straight into the numbers are really big. Phrases, words. You'll walk past the TV, and suddenly there's a synchronicity with what's being said.
yup.
It's crazy when it starts happening, and I think that's where a lot of people get scared whenever they're dealing with things because they can't handle what's really happening in real time. And suddenly it's, oh, well, got to find Christianity. The devil's after me.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you this, and this is gonna sound crazy, but Sarah and I both at the same time witnessed six, I would say, angelic type beings, made of like this white, brilliant light that you could see every color within it, like it was fractalizing different colors. And there were six beings floating above us, and they were reaching arms out. All of them were kind of doing the same motion, and they were winged. And as we saw this, she drops to her knees and literally starts thanking whatever it is that we're in the presence of, right? For showing us what they're showing us. And then the ground lights up red, like this red light. Did you see the thing where President Biden comes out and there's this creepy red light and it's really
Yeah.
ritualistic? And everyone was talking about it. It was that color red light, like Sith crystal red,
Crimson.
right? Yeah, crimson red light, and it lights up the ground. And we look back and we see a triangular shaped light. I wouldn't say UFO or UAP because there was no craft, and this is the second thing we've seen like this. And this time we were slightly under the influence, but the first time we saw it, there were four diamonds, and they were the same color red, and there was no craft. Right, this thing was hovering above the trees across the highway from our house. And ironically enough, all the street lights were just out for some reason. This was the only light you could see. But this thing was pulsating and it was vibrating immensely to the point to where
the hair on your arms,
yes,
started to stand.
Literally, the hair on our arms was standing up every time this thing would do. It was like a like a microwave was hitting us, every time. And it scared the shit out of us. I mean, I tried to record the thing because it hovered over us and across the highway, and it goes down over the tree line where we've walked the creek across there. There's nothing but woods over there. Like it used to be a horse race track, but the trees have grown out and there's just nothing, just a creek and woods. So this thing goes
Okay.
over the trees and disappears. And right as it did, I caught a little video of it going over, and you can see the trees lighting up red. And so the ground lights up red again, and we don't see this thing anywhere. And Sarah's like, we need to go in the house. So I'm like, sure, yeah, I agree. So we go in the house, and through the windows, the whole downstairs of our apartment is lit up red, and we start to black out. And she's looking me dead in the eye, and she says, what's happening? And I didn't know what to tell her. Like I hugged her, and we blacked out, and we lost about an hour of time. And the next thing either of us remember, we were upstairs in our apartment. I have no idea how we got here. She was sitting on the bed, and I was standing up in front of her with a warm beer in my hand, and I don't even remember having a beer. There were beers in the fridge. I don't know how I got it, right? But it felt like the end of the world. That's what it felt like. That was the vision that I got. Like it was like in the movie, that last moment after the bomb goes off, like on Terminator 2, and you just know it's coming. There's no stopping it, right? There's nothing you can do. You feel completely helpless. And it felt like
Do
I
you
was
think
being pulled apart by my molecules, literally, like something was pulling me apart by the atoms. And it felt like an out of body experience, but I don't remember what happened after.
do you think
So,
that has a transcendental, I say transcendental, transdimensional
Yes.
application
yeah,
to it?
absolutely. I
Is
think we
that what
were
you
abducted
feel?
by something. That's what I felt like. I felt like something was taking us through the walls. Like, um, I've had another experience with a blue light that did the same thing, but I remember every piece of that. It was more like a dream, like where you dream and you wake up and we talked about this. You wake up and you're still in your room and everything's still kind of the same, And this thing pulled me through the ceiling of my bedroom, right through the ceiling, and there were these four shadow entities, and I don't know, I couldn't move, I was paralyzed. And they put me back. They put me back in my bed, and I was still paralyzed. And when I looked up, I saw one of them standing in the doorway of my bedroom. And like literally, I was in the middle of trying to struggle to move, to get up, to yell, to vocalize what's going on. I was trying to wake Sarah up, and I could not move anything but my eyes. And
Do
the
you
the
do
second
you
this thing,
believe in the?
the
I'm sorry.
shadow,
Go
I
ahead.
jolted awake, and I was like, ah, right. I woke her up and told her all about it. Like, maybe, yeah, dream, sure. But wow, I hear accounts of people being abducted, and
Well,
it was an awful lot like it.
I'm curious as to the application of it being transdimensional. I I ascribe to the fractal universe. I believe that because it's evident here in this particular plane, that it's relevant in what would be M theory. We'll just call it the multi-worlds theory. And I think those possibilities or those inevitable outcomes are played out. And whether that's where there's an interaction with another entities coming from, or whether it's a dimensional plane of existence. There, I have an understanding of the separation between a dimensional plane of existence and the many worlds. If you've ever done any research on that,
Like subtle energies type of thing.
it's something transcending. Um, yeah, different levels of this particular fractal natured universe. I think it comes in layers almost, and spectrum. I don't think that we're able to fully comprehend what is right here with us, just because our spectrum of sight is so limited, and our senses are so limited, and there's such a range outside of what we can see or feel that they're right here with us, just on a different frequency.
Absolutely.
And yeah,
Did I tell you that
okay,
my little sister passing, right? And this just happened. Um,
right.
so the day I found out, I was kind of distraught. I was in tears and stuff. I was out door dashing, right? And I was listening to the radio, and I said this out loud too. I was like, Jerica, look, you know, I just talked to her the day she passed. I was texting her, and she said, you
Oh
must have
man,
like a funny feeling or something, because every time you message me or call me to check on me, it's on the day when I'm literally dying. And I was like, don't say you're literally dying. That's not happening. And then she's like, yeah. She said, I'm not going anywhere. I was just being dramatic. And then she started talking about the hippie gatherings and stuff that we used to go to and travel around and do that. And she was talking about, Sarah, and how she was happy I found somebody, like that and everything. And I was asking her to show me something, just to prove that maybe she was still around watching over, just that she was still with me in some sense. And a song came on the radio, and the words, the lyrics just hit me right straight in the chest, and I started crying. The next morning, Sarah went out and spent some money on the card, and she was out door dashing to make up for it, because we had saved back some money for bills. And I checked the DoorDash because she was out dashing, and I just woke up and stuff to see where she was at, and like because it keeps track and how much she had made and whatnot. And the order that she was on was a Jerica, right? And
Yeah, you'd
that's
mentioned that.
I'd
Yeah.
never heard that name ever with anybody else. I'd never known anybody else with that name. If anyone said the word Jerica, I would immediately think of Jerica, And then I saw that and I was like, oh, whoa. And I called Sarah and she was like, I know. I didn't even have to say a word. I was like, babe. She's like, I know. I took a screenshot of it.
Wow.
She knew
How
I was.
do you think that we were talking earlier about there being a guiding force behind the destiny and direction that we're taking, um, with applied technology, where it's developed, and how they want to integrate us into it, or the the kind of the elimination process that they're using?
Yeah.
Do
Well,
you
I
feel that
don't think they want
there's
to
a
keep
correlation?
in that. I think that they want us to be in that world. I don't think that they, and this is what I've noticed. Like it started, like you guys were talking about earlier, the MySpace, and then it evolved into the Facebook. It's like it was all set in place before they did it. This dude didn't just invent this stuff, and like there's higher powers behind it, right? Maybe men in higher positions that set these guys up to be these moderators of this stuff. Um, and the social media, to me, it was a way of de-evolving our relationships with each other as human beings, right? Like you notice people can be whoever they want to be. These chicks are so self-absorbed. They're posting selfies every time they do anything. They can't eat a meal without showing everybody what they're eating, and it's getting to be so stupid and fake, right? I took myself away from it for a long time. I just recently got back on Facebook to, kind of help boost our YouTube channel and bring awareness to things that are going on, but mainly to post UFO pictures and videos that we've been capturing here. And I
But
just, man,
definitely put your
thinking,
channel link in the chat, definitely.
okay, sure. But we've captured some pretty wild stuff in the sky. Poking out of the clouds, these spherical, I don't know what they are. Maybe they are interdimensional. I think what we're doing with the certain companies like the CERN and some of this stuff they're doing, playing around with the micro, I think it's affecting the macro. I can't explain
I
how, but I think it is somehow.
I could see that. I could see how the effects would be a chain reaction, almost like the butterfly effect, but on a subatomic to a material, and even beyond repercussion. And I don't know that whenever, like I said, CERN reached the level of power that it reached with the 13 TeV, it shook the Earth. So they said, and that's old news. That's irrelevant news now. I don't know where they're at with it. I do know they were working with it recently, and there's been climate is the weather, everything seems to be disrupted, even the
Mm-hmm.
flow of energy. And it seems like the more it's disrupted, the more uh, malevolent and and dark it seems to be getting on humanity. So I don't know. You could be right on it. I mean, it could be, the more of those particles and that they say they're smashing, or whatever it is that they are doing, has an effect on the whole.
You
in a
know what?
negative way.
There's a song back in the '90s. Was it Power Man 5000? This is what it's like when worlds collide, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Now, who is alive and who is the devil? You know, and he was talking about worlds colliding. When I think of particles colliding, I think of worlds colliding because I mean, there's as above, so below, right? That law still applies, and I think these people are deep into this stuff, and it shows with their when they did their grand opening of the tunnel systems and everything. The
Right. The big
rituals that they
ceremony.
did there with the yeah, man. I mean, some of the images and stuff that they wow, okay, somebody just not really knowing what they're looking at, I just think it's just cool visuals or whatever, but really watch that ceremony and watch the stuff that was on the screen that they portrayed, right? And the Baphomet when he comes out and everything.
And the attendees, the world leaders that showed up for that was a who's who in world leaders.
Yeah, and then someone captured on video them doing like a mock sacrifice, or what was said to be a mock sacrifice, right?
Oh, you're talking the CERN incident at CERN,
Mm-hmm.
the satanic ritual that was supposedly caught.
And
Yeah.
Shiva is their mascot, right? So why Shiva? Think about that, you know.
Well, I ascribe to the Naga and the serpent wisdom of the Shiva, and Shiva is just a cycle. It's not malevolent in the way that people perceive it. Shiva gives way for Brahma. So for there to be something new, the old must be destroyed.
Right,
That's
right.
kind of like summer, winter, fall, spring. And Shiva is a process of the dance of the Nataraj, and it's
Dance of
clearing a
destruction.
path. Yes, which clears a path for the Brahma energy to come in, and then the Vishnu, which is the sustainer, sustains until the next cycle. And it's all relative to cycles, which I'm sure you heard of the Yuga cycles and
So let me
the
ask you this: do you
processions.
think that we are at the end of a cycle? Do
Yeah,
you think it's being portrayed in media and even like in music videos? I see this symbolism and stuff they're using. This what's her name, baby? The rap chick, bloody shoes chick, Cardi B. Okay, so there's this chick. She's a pop icon right now. All the little youngins love her. Cardi B, right? Um,
okay.
I saw a video she did that had me just wondering why they were using certain symbolism that they're using. I noticed they're using this black stuff, and a lot of it's like a black water or a black slime, or their blood's black. It's this thing they're doing. I don't know what it means, but I notice it a lot, like with these Billie Eilish and videos, where in every video she's got this black stuff oozing out of her eye sockets, or it's real suicidal in nature. It seems like even one of the songs she chants over and over, "I want to end me," right? And I think about like that these people are influencing young people, and they're choosing them not for their talent, but for their ability to influence others,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
That's
so they're
that's a
just
part of the
pawns.
way it works.
They're really
Um,
not powerful. They're not. They're just pawns. But they're led to believe that they're powerful, that they're these stars, right? These shining stars, which I think
mm,
we all are.
well, the influence from the music industry has always been created. Okay, it's not happenstance that some garage band just suddenly becomes the next best thing.
Right. But
It
why is
doesn't
that?
work that way because it's a controlled system of media that has a very powerful effect on society, and they've utilized it as a weapon in cultural experiments, even social experiments to bring about division, hostilities.
ready to
to
say
promote
divide.
drugs, violence. They've used it for so many different things, and these people are picked and groomed, and they go through it. Even when I was working with the music industry, I was nobody. But I had to go to etiquette classes, ballet classes. I had to have AR. I had to have lawyers. All this shit, and it wasn't fun anymore. So I know that these people that they're presenting to us have been handpicked, and their life is no longer their own. They are solicited fully.
Yeah, like
So
Bob Dylan, he said it straight up, right? They were like, "Why do you? Look how old you are and stuff. Like, why do you still tour? Why are you still doing this?" And he's like, "Man, because I made a bargain with it. I'm supposed to hold up my end of the deal." That's all he could say. He didn't really know how else to explain it, except for that he owes his life to the industry, right? And the guy asked, I don't know, have you seen this? The guy asked,
no, aware of the Robert Johnson legacy of the Crossroads.
right? So it's something like that, right? Because Bob Dylan tells this interviewer, he says, the interviewer says, "A bargain with who, or with what?" He's like, "Well, with the commander in chief, the head honcho." He's like, "In this world," he was like, "Well, in this world and in the world we can't see, right?" And he was very serious about it. Like he was explaining it the best to his ability that he could. That he made a bargain with something, and that he owes that he has to keep doing what he's doing until he dies. He just has to keep going as
I,
long as
I
he's
have to
relevant.
make
He has to keep his end of
I
the
have to
bargain.
make a I have to make a little humor here. With a voice like Bob Dylan's, you'd have to make a deal with the devil to become a hero star.
Absolutely.
Sorry, sorry. Bob Dylan. There's one song, "Lay Lady Lay," that he uses a voice that I can tolerate. Um, I wasn't a real big Bob Dylan fan, but I know that his impact was really heavily represented in the Bohemian Society of New York, where he come out of, and
Mm-hmm.
he was an influencer.
I'll tell you another
So
artist that's not given a lot of credit, that people really don't hear her name a lot, but in the elite circles, she's a really big deal. Is Tori Amos.
yes, now I've been to a couple of Tori Amos concerts, one in Deer Creek and one in Indianapolis, and I was thoroughly entertained by her. Um, I know quite a bit about her legacy as far as her music goes, but her personal beliefs and what she represents, not so much. I remember when she first come out. My ex-wife was in love with Tori Amos, so naturally I wound up at a Lilith convention at Deer Creek uh, in Indiana, and then she came to Indianapolis, and naturally I got drove to that one too. But I did enjoy it. I enjoyed her music. What do you know of her that maybe I should be aware of?
Not much. Just that in a lot of books I read by like, well, let's see, who was the guy that wrote the last book I read that mentioned her? He was talking about putting on a Tori Amos record. She's mentioned a lot amongst like rich people and elite circles and in movies a lot. Like Jubas. Joe Cool's in the house, guys. I'm
Oh,
here. That's
Jubas.
my dog. He called me Jubas.
There you go.
He's mad. I called him School. I know he knows what that means. Not a lot of people
Yeah,
do.
I've been watching Joe make the rounds, man, and he's rattling chains all the way across the YouTube.
He's in on his mistake. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. But
Yeah, I
Tori
never.
that was obsessed with her, and he made like some sculptures out of her, sitting at a piano and stuff. I've listened to some of her stuff. Like, she's all right.
I watched the like from. I'm sure you remember like Heart and even when Joan Jett left the Runaways and started her solo career and
Yeah.
her development, and the female image of the rocker chick was my take and aspect on the female artist. Joan Jett especially. I love her performances. I love being at her shows. Um, Tori Amos was kind of a strange introduction into my world, and I've seen a few channels try and dissect and analyze the symbology that they're seeing and relating it to Satanism and devil worship, when it's a lot deeper than just what you
Yeah,
would consider
that's what I
Satanism.
was gonna
It's
say. I think it's that cut and dry. I think it's a
no, it's
dualism
yes,
more than just Satan or God or one way or the other. It's not one way or the other, but there is symbolism there, and with all these guys, there's symbolism, and I've
well,
yet to see it breaks
there's a
down
lot of
just that
symbolism I recognize.
same.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Even in movies, like right, I watch all these movies, and anymore I don't even watch movies for entertainment, like for the storylines. I watch them to pick apart Easter eggs and just to find references in the movies now, and they're
I
every.
Yeah, I've seen a few channels do that. You keep cutting out on me, Q. This is that my end or your end?
Uh, it's hard to tell with my internet. It's probably my end. I've heard you cut
Because I
out
know
a couple.
you're okay, because you're coming through clearer than you was last time, but you keep cutting out on me.
It's like the longer I stream, the worse it gets. I can't explain it, but we got an Ethernet cord. We're gonna try to get a better connection and set up closer to the modem. It's aggravating.
Okay, because I know I was having problems yesterday, but I think I provoked the powers that be into observing what I was up to. That's just speculation, though. But the artist, the female artist of today, uh, is kind of it's a generic, disposable music that they're giving across, to my notion, and they're packing it with all this esoteric symbology that it goes beyond Satanism. This is projected energy and heavily influencing, the youth, and the music doesn't have the humanism that older recording artists generally carried with them.
Would you say that it's a type of witchcraft? Because I've heard that that theory applied. I don't know personally. If I mean, I was into Wicca at one time myself. When I was locked up in prison and I was, by myself, I had nothing but reflection time. I put a lot of energy into it and put a lot of belief into it, and it seemed to work for the most part to my advantage. But then there was, like you said, the backlash. That there was always, uh, for every give, there's a take. You know what I mean?
Right, unless you use a medium, and that medium can be, you know, I hate to use the word, but blood ritual. And I'm seeing a lot of that imagery take place right now.
And
A lot of it
a lot of sexual magic
alluding to it.
happening in it too. I see a lot of
Yeah,
that, especially with the music artists. They're doing this horror Babylon type of theme, right? I believe Madonna was literally supposed to symbolize the horror Babylon, right? Like with the imagery in her videos and stuff.
I know she's competing with Dolly Parton at this point in time. I, I could
Oh yeah.
I couldn't believe Dolly coming out in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
But you notice all the
That
upcoming artists that Madonna would, have to perform with all the newest, sexiest chicks on the stage, and they would always end up French kissing her or some shit. The last one she tried that on kind of winced away and was like, "Whoa, no way, bitch."
paying
think-
homage to the goddess.
Yeah.
It's ceremonial, uh, definitely ceremonial magic, and it's definitely orchestrated, and it's being delivered by who. I don't think it's just a small band of a collective record agents that are gathered together creating it. There's something more behind it, and from my experience, I felt the same way with those little rituals we done on the road. You know that were some of them superstitious, and some of them were just downright things that we did before we went on and performed.
Right.
But with that was kept in the band. That was our personal. That's shit we did personally. It wasn't directed by any agent or any agency. But what I'm seeing now has there's a connection between what imagery they are showing by each diverse artist that's coming across anymore. That's why I quit watching it. That's why I quit. I can't stand it. It's disposable music to me with disposable art.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's garbage, honestly, for the most part. I like some of the beats and some of the music and melody, but there's no melody anymore. I mean, I play keyboard, pianos, and stuff, and
All
I sit
right.
make little harmonies and stuff, and experiment with what keys sound good with what other keys. And I don't know my chords so well, but I know what sounds good with what, right? And I've wrote some pretty cool stuff, but I don't hear anything valuable in the with the melodies anymore. It's just something real simple, like these three tones, and they're monotonous. They go over and over and over, and they loop. And
And it's
that,
been what, 30 years now?
yeah, yeah. You ever seen the song called Four Chords? Where these little nerdy guys
No.
and they wrote a song called Four Chords, where they put all the iconic pop songs together in one song and showed everybody that they're all played with the same four chords.
Right. Kind of like the 3 chord progression to G, C, and D in country music that everybody used to laugh at.
Yep. They're still doing it.
Yeah. 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 It's still a what that is a formula. It's a marketable formula. It's same as song structure. There were certain songs that weren't promoted by the record company that came out because the structure of the song wasn't a part of the formula that actually made it as hits. And the record company eventually gave way to it being a hit and accepted it, but at the beginning did not promote it because the musical structure of that particular song wasn't formulated for sales and marketing. I don't know
Got
if you
somebody
knew that.
backstage, Brett.
Oh,
You got somebody backstage, Axes and
yeah.
Gypsy?
I'm sorry.
Dom, thank you. I was worried that you disappeared on us.
No, I'm hearing you guys. You guys are talking about something. So yeah, there you go.
Hi.
Oh,
No worries.
welcome.
I'm a very patient person. And I know Dom has my back, so it's all good. Hi, Axis. How you doing? And
Just chewing the fat with Jeebus here. Kind of
Hey.
reminiscing about some of the things that music had to offer back in the day and what it's
Yeah.
offering today. Wow, I
Yeah.
never dreamed that music would lose its enthusiasm with me.
How about albums? Okay, so one of my things, and mind you, my dad is he was born in the 50s, and he, like, the way he brought me up on music, he he was actually born in the late 40s. And regardless, he brought me up on albums, like album structures, how songs flew into, other songs. That's something for me that's still to this day, like, I seek that out. Do you know what I'm
I,
saying? When one song can kind of just like flow right into the other one, in the way
yeah,
and Pink Floyd kind of has
I was
done
gonna
some of
say
that, but
Pink Floyd,
right?
I swear.
yeah. I give a lot of tribute to
Yep.
Pink Floyd on my channel. With the music that I do is from the Chicago Rust Belt, and
Yeah.
I try and stay with that Roland analog synthesizer sound, but humanized. Uh, if you can humanize it, because I don't, I everything I do is done from a Roland synthesizer and my mini cord and a old 1980s voice. It's a MIDI voice box that's got
Oh, cool.
thousands of voices for a module that I have, and I develop my sounds and that I
Very
work them up from the ground up. Yeah. So what you're getting is not fully synthetic. I did develop those sounds. The structure was
I
ran
appreciate
through.
that.
Yeah, the structure. Yeah, the structure was completely my own and ran through, digitized through the computer so that I could take it to 432nds and clean it up a bit. But I still hold to that true music experience. As as mechanical as I come across with my sound, I still it's humanized. It's
To be
definitely not.
honest, you probably don't remember me a lot, but you and I connected like quite a ways back, and getting to know you and knowing your diversity has been really like rewarding. And that's something like you realize about other people when you don't necessarily take a step to listen or to look at all the details. But you have, and like your experiences and everything and how you reflected and as well as it's been very enjoyable to listen to your process.
Thank you. I thank you. I appreciate that. I sometimes I feel alone out there, because
Hello.
I
No, I know.
yeah, yeah. When you choose to broaden your perspective and kind of your horizon is without limit, those you get put in a category of, well, this guy's a potential threat, or I don't get it, or they don't understand. So for you to have, thank you for that. That makes everything worthwhile.
I know what you mean because I've gotten that from certain people where I didn't think like, and to be honest, like Dom has something to do with that. I call him Sensei, but he said certain things to me, and just like not only has it kind of helped reset me in ways that I needed resetting, but also like hugely embraced my confidence and realizing that my empathy is still valid, but that I can be confident with that, still be a good person. I've seen a lot of that in you, by the way.
Well, thank you.
You are a good
Dom is
person,
a great inspiration to me. He is a treasure, and he's been the motivation behind
right?
these last few days, and I've appreciated it because it probably wouldn't have transpired, but just the interaction and the presence of him made it seem even more valuable because he's got so much to offer and so much support in the person, but yet he's got that underpinning almost parental guidance. If you can catch what I'm saying, you kind of look and you go, oh, I didn't catch that way. Maybe I should rethink that. So I much respect for Dom and definitely you guys.
Well,
So,
we
oh,
she popped off for a second. Hey, I wanted to point something out to you. Check out my avatar right here.
right.
This is like the only way I know how to share pictures without, interrupt anything. But so I took a picture of the sunset from right in front of where the Starbucks sign was, and it was perfect. Like they were the exact same size, one on top of the other. And I don't know why I think that's just awesome. I
It
was just
almost looks
right
like
distance away from it to catch the picture, with the sun being the exact same size. It's almost as if it's set behind the sign it would kind of eclipse behind the sun. And I wondered, did they place it there like that on purpose? Yeah.
It looks prefabricated. I mean,
Yeah, no, it's a
you could.
photo. But yeah, it's weird. It's like as the sun sets, it set right behind the sign. And unfortunately, I was, on the go. I couldn't stick around and wait for it, but it looked as if it was going to set right behind the sign and it just eclipse like that with the little deity right there on the front. And I was like, wait a minute. Something weird about that.
It seems that you almost seem like a magnet for the metaphysical or the profound.
Yeah, I say weird shit just all around, man. Because things I can't really describe or explain. And some of the photos and videos that we have that we're sky watchers, we're avid sky watchers. What started that was the airplane trails and some of the patterns and some of the shapes that we catch them, making with the planes. Even we've even seen them make pentagrams in the sky with the airplanes.
I did catch that once.
There's a lot of X's going on. They put a big X in the sky almost every day, right over the sun, right in front of the sun. And I think Dominic was talking about the X and what it is and what it means. And a lot of people don't understand that, the Osiris rising type of thing.
Right.
And it's being used on a lot of productions as well. It has been for a long time, actually, like Jason X, the X-Men, things like that. They're just throwing
coming eclipse.
Yeah. Another thing Sarah's completely mind blown by, and she keeps bringing it up, is that during this last eclipse, they fired 3 rockets. They said, I can't remember what the explanation was, but they fired 3 rockets directly in the direction of the eclipse.
I did not know that.
Yeah, look it up. There's, like I said, I can't remember why they explained that they did that. I think it had something to do with measurements or some crap. Some people think they were trying to blow up the freaking firmament or whatever, with the whole flat Earth thing. And I don't know about all that. But,
I know they had those.
It was that day, and it was the only approval in history that in 24 hours they got approval to do it. All right, within 24 hours it went through. It just went right through.
Huh.
So that kind of.
I remember the balloons that were going. That they were saying were. Yeah, didn't they shoot one of those down?
Yeah. They had a freaking fighter jet, like a badass fighter jet, just take it right down. Shot a missile at it. Like, okay, it's a balloon, right? I mean, you can pretty much throw a spear at it if you can reach it, and it would probably knock it down. Just as simple as putting a hole in it, right? They fired a missile at this thing and took it down.
What they ever would determine that was, I never followed through with it because there's so much.
The media said that it was a Chinese spy balloon. I hear a lot of the flat Earth community seems to think that that basically that there's no space. A lot of them believe that there's no space, and that these things are what we are actually thinking are satellites, because they're basically floating around with what looks like satellites on them.
I've heard the no space. Like I said, on the shape of the Earth, I haven't been up that high to be able to say one way or another, and I definitely haven't been so far up that I know whether there's space or not. But I am aware of the concept of a firmament. So to me, it's just I can only speculate.
Right, same here. And I tell people in that community and stuff, I always say you're giving a lot of energy to the shape of this realm or this planet or whatever you want to call it, right? But you're not leaving. You're not going anywhere. You can't leave. So I think a lack of acceptance is really apparent there. With who cares, right? Like I'm going to be buried right in the earth, right here. I'm not. They're not going to ship me anywhere else in outer space or wherever beyond the firmament or wherever it is. I mean, it'd be cool if I knew the truth, but I don't think we're any closer to finding out. We're just arguing back and forth over beliefs. It's just like having religions, you're arguing back and forth with your beliefs, killing each other, throwing punches and shit. Who cares? You just live with it, right? We're here. We're not going anywhere. Honest to God, I don't think we've ever been out of this planet, anyone. I don't think they've ever, honestly, I don't think they've been to the moon. Because if they had, we would have got a better video of it, for one.
I have my doubts about what we were fed on the particulars of the moon landing. My family, they got to, that was a big thing for them. They got to experience that as it happened. So I grew up in a household that took that to being fact and real. It wasn't until I started thinking for myself years later that, I started questioning it. Now I just come to the point where I choose not to endeavor into that speculation because I can't solidify it.
But would you even care to? I would want to know if I thought there was a possibility of knowing the truth one way or the other. Yeah, I would definitely want to know the truth. But I don't think, like I said, I don't think there's any way to prove it at this point, beyond actually going there myself, because you can't believe what you see anymore on videos and photos. And I've had people accuse me of photoshopping photos that I just literally took snapshots or moving pictures of the sky because there's an object there or something. And they're like, oh, you photoshopped that. I'm like, I don't even know how to freaking Photoshop, dude. I'm a caveman. I can't even figure out this StreamYard stuff for the most part. I don't know how I just don't know how I've got so many subscribers on our channel. Honestly, just the fact that people want to see cops mess up on camera. That's about it.
That's content. Yeah.
Yeah.
Access. I think Sarah's backstage again.
Okay. It's not showing up here, but we'll.
No. Well, if you do,
for some reason, it's not showing up on my guest.
Okay. I guess if you guys really study the moon, you never see what they call satellite cross those things. And then when you start hearing military talk about balloon recoveries, then you'll start understanding a little bit about the lack of capacity of human technology. They throw up, that's why they had all those big balloons during the German time. This is why they have like major towers like the CN Tower. The technology is changing a little bit. But yes, I get what you're saying, JC, that who cares? That's actually a question, by the way. There is people that care, whether it's for entertainment purpose. Most people aren't going to understand how language came to be. And for some people, they're content to be where they're at. But because of this technology, it's basically making people think, I know, doesn't mean they have discernment. Truth has nothing to do with whether or not you find out those things are true or not true, not truth. Two different things going on. Truth it'll set you free out of this realm, but you'll find out who the deceiver truly is. He plays with us on a regular basis. Debating with somebody when you don't even see somebody else's view is a waste of energy. But again, we're using a language that you've been indoctrinated, like me, from the day we're born. So outside of that, anybody that debates, they're fucking idiots, and they don't even know it yet. So now there is technology out there. Whether or not they did or didn't go to the moon, once again, how does it serve you, let alone them? The only difference is they print money. You don't. If you understand that, then you understand how they can get police officers, our own people, to become police officers, military people, surgeons. It's not the elite doing all this. It's us. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, Dom. I agree with that.
Outside of that, then, go ahead.
The influential power of money, and we had talked about a particular group that, under the penalty of death for revealing certain things, that you can really influence somebody to damn near do anything, especially when they're under the threat of death or unfortunately enough money.
Yeah, people openly report themselves. They say shit like, I love my kids. There's your attachments. There's your attachment. You don't think they're going to say, oh, no, they're not going to hurt me. I said, I'll fucking rip a hole through your daughter first before you even realize what the fuck happened to you. And that's not me doing that. I'm talking about them. Now, other
Right.
people might turn around and say, well, no. You don't got a fucking clue who you're dealing with. People like saying shit. They actually stop really using their visualization. This is not about flat earth or globalists. That's fucking half full, half empty mentality.
What if it's a rewiring of the brain activity?
It could be, but you can go beyond the brain, Sarah. You know that. You can do body conscious. You can do consciousness access, or you can go beyond the brain, let alone the mind. You know,
You would have to, right? You would have to, because it all connects. You would have to attack other centers in a repetitive session, in a most likely, like with trauma, to hit it at the most traumatic and psychopathic people generally have had some sort of unhinged aspect to their development, and it's not. I think that is most. I want to dissect it further, but I do feel like that is most of the cases.
for sociopaths or psychopaths.
And true psychopaths, because I think I've expressed to you that I had a person I worked with. This was actually a retirement position for him, but he ended up working for a psychiatrist who specialized in FYI, this is kind of forewarning, this is very sensitive information, but it was with sexual abuse, and these people were put in very control-based situations, like visually, and they were getting hard-ons, and they had like monitors to show that, and then they were rehabilitated out of that. Now, some, he stated, were not able to do that. And so when you say psychopath, that's where my mind goes. Because otherwise it's a manipulation of environment and what you're told is appropriate and what's not.
I think psychopaths and sociopaths are showing extremities of the most of human beings when they're caught up in the me. The person that's actually trying to form a we, they become like unicorns. People aren't going to understand that somebody's trying to assist people that are the we, the me or the them. The self-sacrificing person is the them. They're the kind of right-hand path. Again, it's not a big leap to understand psychopaths or sociopaths. It's just they're underdeveloped with their emotions, or the industry that they work for caters to that kind of stuff. You know, most COOs have to be either a psychopath or a sociopath. Psychopath is more or less, they take pleasure in ripping a hole in you. A sociopath will say, listen, I need to get to that end goal, and you just happen to be in the way.
That's kind of what I was saying too.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you're
saying that we're unrehabilitated. We're like unable to see that connection with another. It was all about control. And that's the other effed up part of this. They were put visually in situations of sexual abuse or sexual control. It was all about just control in general, or power.
Yeah, control, manipulation. The psychopath, psychopath was going to try to control the situation and the person. The sociopath is just going to try to control the situation. That's a human trait, regardless of anybody else say. You know, I find it funny when we think that we can control something, and that's usually in the mental plane or emotional plane. Yeah.
What can I ask you then? Like, where do you feel like, and maybe this is just, you can't, simplify this in any format, but where do you feel like that kind of mind structure comes from? And do you feel like there is any solvability to it?
It's lack of development. You know, the first 7 years, esoteric, they teach about this stuff, and whether they're being downloaded that information. The physical development. If you don't have that physical development, there's going to be a rebellion going on when the next phase, emotional development, happens. That's the child years. And if you're not developing your emotions at those 7 years, between 7 and 14, you're going to just bunch up the mental development years. Now, there is different cycles. So people, when they start aligning, different parts of your bodies, your mental plane can be realigned later on in different ages. Whether it's being ruled by Saturn or Venus and all this kind of stuff. There's energy in all of that. So, but for most of them, they're not developed in those years. Like, think about the tradition or customs of women weaning their child between 3 to 4 or 5 years for milk. drinking hopefully the woman's breast milk. But then what happens is if you don't, then you don't have that memorizing of calcium. Again, this is the simple terms, but for
Yeah.
most people, unless you practice it, what we're doing is we're trying to chase our tail in the medical industry. And then they start giving you calcium pills, they give you, iron pills and all that. But at the same time, the mental knowledge that's trying to communicate with the emotions, which is trying to communicate, and then usually the emotion will make you propel into the physical. Unfortunately, a lot of that's gone away. Now, what people forget, when you're with these people, psychopaths, sociopaths, what type of person are they then that are with them? They're even less developed. They just know how to put on their personas, be very nice.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, sorry, I was agreeing. I'm saying yes.
Okay, but please share.
And do you hear the affirmation in my voice?
That was that's a pretty good take.
I can relate. Like immediately, it resonated. That's why I shouted out because it was like, yes, like I know this. Anyway, please go on.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, sir. I'm okay.
Well, if I may,
I'm trying to tell you, I'm invigorated, so I want to hear more from Tom.
right. At 14, I suffered massive head trauma, and I have dead regions in the right frontal lobe. And that's when my transition into the personality that I am now happened. Prior to this, I was just an average, just average kid. After the head trauma, and I relearned how to walk and got past the neuro and nerve damage and could function again. My whole
I'm going to apologize because I didn't know that, and not that should rule any judgment of anybody. We should all be, coming into things more neutral just for that exact reason. But your ability to become more empathetic through that process is huge. Think about that. You are reactivating that frontal lobe, and please feel free to explain your like what happened exactly. So you were in a car crash or
no, I fell.
Obviously hit your head.
Yeah, on ice. Me and
Oh,
he was
man.
my best friend in school. He had ice skates, and we were going out to the pond, and I didn't know anything about ice skating. So when I went out to the pond to walk on it, it was extremely well frozen. I slipped and suffered a concussion. And it did some massive neuro damage. Also, it did some brain work on me. And when I recovered from that, that's what I contribute to the source of some of my mental struggles um, that I've been through throughout the years. My endeavors contribute to that, but the head injury, that that was the major transition in my life. That is when I everything changed for me. I was aware of what generally wouldn't 14-year-olds don't get into reading Richard Bach illusions as a handbook, and
Well, I was into I was reading Ghost and metaphysical. I remember going to like a weird thrift store bookstore where I found these like weird old books on seances like from the 1900s. But I
right.
actually did. I think I feel like I was close to your age. I fell down a flight of bleachers and I hit my head.
Ooh,
And I was out, I guess, for several minutes when they woke me up. But this like, and then I worked. If you don't know this, I worked in sleep medicine. So then I ended up doing sleep studies and monitoring EEG and literally scoring sleep studies for a living. Becoming one of I'm not trying to say like I won awards for this. I mean, there are by the way, there are weird awards for sleep medicine. I don't need to get into that. it does exist. And anyway, and so I did, like, for the decade I worked in it, I, staged sleep study, so I understood that what I was looking at, and that's what I found was so fascinating. I had also had this history of sleep paralysis, which is attributed to being paralyzed and having like demonic like experiences, though mine weren't like that. And so I love dissecting this, right? Everybody's experiences are different.
I've only had one bout of sleep where I couldn't wake my body up. I was consciously awake in my body, but my body was not going to wake up. And I panicked. First time that was the first and only time that happened to me.
Question. In
And
the midst of
yeah,
your panic, you happen to notice anything else in the room, maybe standing around, say shadow?
there was supposed energies in that house that I was young, and that was prior to me actually becoming consciously aware of my existence before the head trauma. And I just glad that I haven't experienced it since. That's the only
When
thing I can truly say.
The first time I had an experience with that, I was 6 years old, and it was the only time that the presence in the room was not a humanoid type of shape, or I would say it was more of a substance. And it was I was on the top bunk of my bunk bed, and I think I was 5 or 6, and I woke up and I was paralyzed. I had a dream. First off, have you ever played that game Marble Madness on Nintendo when you were younger?
Yes.
Okay, it was that. I was the marble, right, in this dream, and I was going through these mazes, and I had no control over it. I mean, it's just like
Yeah.
up and down and through hoops and whatever have you, over loop-de-loops and through tunnels. And I woke up from this dream, and there was this type of substance, and it was really gritty. It had texture, but also it was translucent. You could see through it, and it made a noise. It made like a sound, like it was speaking in a language I didn't understand, but it came off more as like a whisper or a sound of some sort, right? And I was paralyzed, and I reached, at first I could move, and I tried to touch it, and when I got like really close to it, I froze. And that's whenever I couldn't move. I just couldn't move anything. I was froze with my arm reached out towards my ceiling, and I felt a jolt of electricity go from the tip of my finger down my arm straight to my heart, and it froze me solid. When people say they're frozen in fear, that's what this was, right? It was pure fear. When I finally managed to move, I rolled, and I rolled off, fell off the top bunk onto the floor. We lived in a trailer. I ran to the living room, and my dad was watching, and I remember this like it was yesterday. My dad was watching Twilight Zone, the movie. And when I was a kid, I didn't know what that was, but when I, later on in life, I saw the movie again, and I was like, hey, it's that movie. That's what we were, And it was the scene where the gremlin is ripping the guts out of the airplane, and John Lithgow's like flipping out. And, my dad was like, go back to your room and stuff. And I kind of had an abusive childhood with my dad. He was an alcoholic and stuff. And I refused. Like, my punishment when I was that was I would have to sit in the corner, but on my knees with my toes touching the floor and my hands in parade rest, like behind my back. And if you rest one knee on the other, you get rice under your knees or a pack of pencils or whatever the fuck's around. If you turn your head around to see what the people in the room are doing, you get a bag over your head like that. So I was willing to endure that. Fell asleep in the
Hold on, guys. I'm only here for a second. I'm gonna show you reality. A1, what's your profession? A1, what's your profession?
What? I'm
Yeah?
ready. Where's the? Show me the watch.
Back to the fire.
You better fucking chop some wood, motherfucker.
Okay then.
Sorry, that's Cage. Cage. I love my
Yeah.
cage.
Yeah. Long story
Seriously,
short, never
fuck.
in my life have I ever been that afraid as when I was a kid. And I've seen this thing several times. Even when I was wide awake one night, I saw it sitting in between me and a friend. That was a weird. It's a long story behind that. It's a weird story, but I won't go into it. But every time this has happened, this sleep paralysis thing, it's been after a very vivid dream where I can remember every piece of it. I mean, to the point where I could write down every detail right now. And there's been this shadow person thing
Interesting.
lurking
Okay.
over me while I'm sleeping. And the minute it sees that I can see it, it gets out. It just goes. Like
Yeah, I
it's
don't think I want
like
to
it's
come
watching
visit you.
me. And then whenever I wake
No,
up and look at it, it's like,
no,
okay,
this is actually more common than you'd think, the sleep paralysis thing. And that was what was weird for me, is that happened to me a lot as a child into early adulthood. And yes, it was stress related, by the way. So if you think of
Really?
when any incident happened, excuse me, it's almost always going to be connected to stress. What's weird for me, and I have not met a lot of other people for my situation who've had the same experiences. I had no shadow people ever. And all my patients would tell me this. Not all, I should say, but at least 90%. And that they felt when they were in that situation, they almost could see the shadow person holding them down. So that was kind of weird for me, because when I talked to this neurologist, sorry, neurologist that I first
Okay.
worked for, I got to be silly sometimes. Anyway, he again, oh no, I did not say this. He was one of the first sleep medicine doctors in Oregon. And so when I told him about my situation, I remember him being like, what? And I would like to do a study. I offered to him, though he would not do, he was very diplomatic. I'm not saying he was like the best doctor ever, okay? But out of all the doctors I worked for, I mean, you talk about he refused to more or less do a full-on study with me because of the he called it, what did they say now? It's like, whatever, you know what I'm talking about, like some legality thing where, I work for you, I can't, create this into some sort of profit thing, that more or less. So he said he wouldn't do the full, but he allowed me, because I would do it all the time on myself anyway, to make sure the equipment worked properly. I could do my own home sleep studies. And he was amazed that I had paralysis as many times as I had, because, by the way, it's connected to narcolepsy. And most people don't realize that. And I think that's an important thing to point out. Like, where's your energy at? Do you feel depleted at certain times versus others? Because I've had that. And then I think there's another factor with that electromagnetic. You're going to get down into the whole nervous system, the whole vagus nervous system. So you have to sort of, get into that a little deeper. But anyway, that's what
I
I'm getting
didn't
at.
take I didn't take narcolepsy seriously until in a hospital. I was in a hospital with a narcoleptic, and that's that's an intense sickness, if you want to call it a sickness. That poor guy, I felt so bad for him.
Yep.
It, I, I I didn't know how impactful narcolepsy was, but
It
after
takes over
witnessing
their
it,
whole life. They can't.
oh
They
shit,
literally cannot function because they're sleeping.
yeah, and
Yeah.
mid conversation.
Yep.
I was recovering from when I was out on the road, and he was in the rehabilitation center with me, and he was a resident there because he couldn't function in society anymore. It was
So
Man,
I wish I knew more about the resources available. I'm not really sure why there wasn't a better setup for this one woman I worked with, but I'll never forget her. So at this point, I'm doing day studies because, like, mostly I did day work. I would see that was just before I started seeing patients like in my own follow-up care, like a 9 to 5 type thing, right? Like hour-long follow-up care patients. Anyway, so she had narcolepsy really bad, and the best medicine for narcolepsy at the time was $12,000 a month,
ooh,
something like that. Yeah. So she resorted to meth, and she had a job
oh,
at Walmart. So she's like scrambling. And more or less what happened was I do this study and I ended up like freaking out because I had never seen brain activity like hers. I thought she was having seizures. And even speaking to her, it was confusing because she was like very aware. She was on meth and she didn't admit it. And so I had actually never seen that before in a brain study. And even though I probably did at the end of the day, after all the work I've done, like, what I was visual or what I was seeing has shown up in other people's activity in other situations very similar, but not with meth. And so, anyway, yeah,
I used
you can
to go
imagine,
into
like, yeah,
you might have an understanding with this because I've tried to relay this to certain people in the medical field, but I had to search for help outside of that. A hyper, and since you said that, it's a hyper reality. It caused me to go into panic attack.
yeah.
Reality became so intense and so overwhelming at different stages that it would throw me into complete states of panic. Just the observable reality
And
and what
I have
you're
said this to you a
describing is.
little bit before, but what do you think about then saying what you're saying and the idea of emotions controlling that?
I I I do. I have to keep myself in a certain
No.
a certain field of thinking, lest that get triggered. And I've learned the triggers throughout the years that kind of promote the happening. And man, when you were talking about the girl, using the meth as a substitute for medicine and brain activity, immediately I was like, damn, that sounds like hyper reality. And nobody's ever
Right?
really
She's trying
understood it.
to, yep. So like speed, people who use speed, but then there's a whole thing on the dynamics of uppers and downers, right? You're drinking alcohol, smoking weed, you're taking speed, you're I'm having a bad time on the downer part of like other than alcohol and weed, but you know what I'm getting at? Like there's this constant back and forth. And what that does in our health. But what I'm going to get at you is again is the frequency aspect. So anger and fear rule and overregulate the immunity system.
Okay. I can relate and apply that. I
That's new to me,
you know,
by the way. So this is like newer realities for myself as well. I'm not telling you like, oh, I fucking know this and you need to bow. I'm saying this is like, I respect you.
no,
I've told you that already, right? And like, this is me sharing that in reality of where we both are in our current situations.
right. I'm not taking it as, medical advice or
I
anything
know.
of that nature.
Yeah.
I just seen a relation there that I was like, I understand that because I've been that hyper aware, but it triggered such a horror response in me that it triggered panic attacks. And for years, I never understood what was happening to me because I try and explain it to people and psychologists, and hell, they called it everything from schizophrenia to brain damage, and they never did any real true research into what I was saying, more than putting me on medication or sending me to a psychological uh, behavioral system or
Yeah, because
a
that
bunch of
just fixes
shrinks.
everything, right? I can't with the medication and stuff. Like the most I've self medicate anymore is I do drink a beer here and there. Sometimes 6 or 7 of them. Just depends on the day I'm having. But yeah, the medicine, the medicating, I've been down that road, especially with the opiates, and it doesn't fix anything. It prolongs, basically. It just helps you cope with the pain, but then you're facing a whole new problem, right? When you decide you don't want to take it anymore, you're going to pay for that too. So now you're going to have 2 problems. You're going to have the pain and the addiction part of what that the medication brings to your to your system. It's hell.
I'm not
I've
going to
been
totally
converted.
deny that. I will say, like, I was transitioning my uncle recently. He came in to my area to visit with a major back injury. I'm learning more about fascia release. So that's connected to a massage technique where you're actually manipulating, right? Like there's like a structure between your bone and your ligaments and your muscle. And it actually is connected to trauma, which is interesting anyway. So when you watch somebody do it, it looks like they're almost pinching the skin, but it's because they're like pulling up that area. And it can be very beneficial. Regardless, what I'm getting at is like, I do feel I think that's a really good point to bring up. I mean, and the only other thing I'll say is like I actually was telling my uncle, FYI, to take muscle relaxers because he was new to the techniques I was showing him. I was showing him a lot of stretching, and I also then again I'm laughing because there was 2 things. I said I'm going to forewarn you that I'm going to move your bowels. I'm going to end
Okay.
up manipulating your back because it was the area I was working in too, and I could tell. I knew it right away. And so don't be surprised if you have some kind of weird movement. Mind you, his movement, I think it was good, but it was more than he was expecting. And then the second thing I said was, he was on a road trip, so I said I'm a little concerned because if I start doing this, I could actually make you sore, which will feel different than he was having like a sharp pain that would sometimes sort of spasm. I said it's going to feel a little different from that. So it sort of depends on if you think that feels better, versus worse. And so I actually did tell him they had prescribed him muscle relaxers before he went on his trip. And I did recommend that he take them for X amount of days. I would normally never tell anybody to do that. And I think in the future of health and the movement we're on and what I fully understand, especially with my experience, that's not the answer. But again, let's get down to the mind. What is the mind telling us? What is the mind expressing in the moment to say, what's going to make this better at this exact situation, at this exact minute? And that's why surgery is still weirdly important. And you want to go back to ancient history, the Romans had a tool to remove cataracts.
Really?
So, yes. So that's why I say, like, we need to take a step back sometimes and not be overly obsessive about, hey, this is the fucking way, and there's no other way, and if you don't do it this way, you're gonna fucking die. And I heard so much of that. And
Right.
in in this weird alternative sleep medicine field, I worked for this doctor, and these patients would come to me. Rest in peace, Dr. Conrad. Just got to say that real quick. He actually died because he was addicted to cocaine and other drugs. And he wasn't that bad of a doctor. this year, because this is what's so fucked up. He helped a lot of people, but then in turn I had patients who would come to me. And so I know he'd laugh at me now, like I can almost feel it. But he had patients that come to me like, what the fuck? Like I don't like, what was that? And here's the weird part. So the first doctor I worked for, I told you guys, neurologist in Oregon, one of the first sleep doctors in medicine, in sleep medicine. So this Dr. Conrad I ended up working for about maybe it wasn't quite 10 years later, but it was close. So I ended up working for him, and he actually had a lot to do with starting this sleep lab out in the middle of nowhere, Oregon, Central Oregon. And he was considered the second founder of sleep medicine. And he was a pulmonologist. Okay, so he's oriented on the lungs. He's oriented on oxygen versus this neurologist I worked for who's oriented on the brain functionality. So I want you to think about Wim Hof, if any of you know who I'm talking about. Wim Hof is a specialty in ice and cold therapy as well as breathing techniques. And why this connects to pulmonology and neurology is that you're going to break down the factor of what breathing deep and breathing correctly does for the brain. And so that's where I worked for both of these type of doctors, mostly pulmonologists, and found that they all fell short. Anyway, and it was sleep medicine was considered a new field in the 1970s. So you're like, they don't even know what they're looking at with this brain activity, other than they did have these. So beyond my specialty, they had this other specialty, and it was supposed to be to determine brain activity. Like if you were that they said you were brain dead. And to be honest, I dream that I wish I would have worked in this field. I wish I would have been able to go. I was close to it. I mean, it's not to say I never met those guys. It's just like I never got to actually see like what was the difference of a quote unquote brain dead patient, other than seeing what they show you online versus what they actually, would show. Because I had experience of watching this activity all night long, Anyway, all that is super fascinating, and I appreciate. Thank you, Access, for giving me the platform to kind of talk about it.
Oh, absolutely.
I was over at The Machine Lies, and and Dominic had sent me a message earlier before I went in there, and I had already promised him I would jump on his show.
Sure.
But like I told you, you and I have talked in the past, and I've seen a lot of growth with you, and I think your story is important. I think dissecting this is important. So thank you for giving
handle
me this.
did you go under that we interacted with each other? Because I can't remember mindful exposure. I'm trying to think.
It was a while ago, and I would say it was probably Cage. That's what it was. I was on Cage's show, and Cage, like back in the day, not a lot of people gave him respect or really knew who he was. I think you know what I'm talking about, right? And I think you and I ended up back in there, and you were very you gave me comments on my channel, but I ended up like dipping out. Like I wasn't actually really on. I was kind of on and off. Anyway, like I don't need to get into the details. It doesn't matter. By the way, I'm a very patient and neutral and unconditional person. And what that means is I do have boundaries, and you don't fucking fuck with me. And I'm not going to keep opening the door for you. But I have a very broad understanding of like, I know, and listening to a huge portion of your story, Access, that you've been through a lot of shit. And just because we've interacted in the past and we're acting now, right? Like, it doesn't differentiate. Like, we are still connected to some extent. And you came back into my life, I think, for a reason. That's how I see it.
I appreciate that.
By the way, I'm good friends with Bex. That's the other reason I know you. So if that helps.
I got no problem with Bex.
I know you do.
For a minute until she started actually speaking on certain subjects. The accents very similar.
She probably would respect that, to be honest. But yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, I'm subscribed to your channel, I think, and cool.
I appreciate that. Not that
I gotta jump off for the evening, Rattblood. I didn't want to just abruptly bounce out while someone was talking like I did last time, but it was necessary last time.
Yeah, thank you.
It's rude. I hate to do it.
I get that.
Welcome here.
Right on, man.
Always, and it's a pleasure having you. Thank you,
Right on.
and thank you for sharing.
And
Yeah.
I'm sorry for taking the stage because
No,
did
no.
I wish
you
I
certainly
want to talk to
happens
you more.
just
Like I've seen
listening.
you around, so it'd be
Cool.
nice to chat with you more. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
You know, I'm going to try and keep the platform open a little more now, especially under these circumstances. I, man, you're an abundance of information that I would be intrigued and interested in,
I like these types of
especially.
conversations. I like, a lot of people get upset when you go off topic or they have this topic. They want to cover this one thing and not get off. I like it when the conversation jumps around to different aspects of different things because it all applies, right? It's synchronicity, right?
Part of the life experience
Yeah. Yeah.
is
Agreed.
the interaction.
Yeah.
The
You know,
brain activity
I want to talk
is a
about
Appreciate it.
Deo. Yeah.
that was
Day-ho, daylight come and me want to go home.
Yet all seriously, she's like, no, let's talk about. Yeah, it's funny. All right, guys.
awesome.
Good night, man. Much love.
Yes,
Much love.
all love,
Thank
brother.
you.
Good night.
Yeah, I've I've done a lot of damage to myself throughout the years. Here recently has been pushing
You're
extremes,
not alone. Yeah.
and I have I have some endeavors that I'm taking on with different energies and frequencies and states of
I
mind,
can
and
feel it.
some of them approach the exiting of this plane of existence, and I brush against that pretty closely at times. But
I think
I
it's deeper
live
than that though too. Like I think your quote unquote exiting is actually like a transformation. It's that
that
whole rebirth. Like what is an apocalypse really death or is it rebirth?
right, right, and that's kind of the Hindu aspect that I take on it is I think that there's a transition that happens in my experiences with the brushes with death. I wasn't displeased. The last one that I had where I had gotten stabbed and they brought me back, I was angry because I was at peace. Just total encompassing peace. And I had, taken 9 stab wounds, 2 in the lungs, and bled out. And they brought me back on the helipad, but I flatlined in the air vac.
That's
And
crazy. I mean,
yeah,
like like miracle story, right? Right what I was saying?
yeah, yeah, I shouldn't be here. And the doctor was really patting himself on the back with it. And the whole time I'm like, fuck you, dude. You know, I was in a place
Like,
that
yeah,
was
fuck you, dude. It was all me, motherfucker. Like, you have no idea what my abilities are. And I'm not going to deny that. Again, working, I don't know if I told you this. So, in my field, I had patients with stage 4 cancer, and they were saying, oh, we went to this clinic in Mexico, and they put us on an IV of vitamin C for 2 weeks. So, like 8 hours a day, 8 hours a day of vitamin C for 2 weeks and an alkaline diet. And I'm going to put out the miracle and frequency aspect of it. Okay. I'm not going to say that the vitamin C doesn't probably have some positive frequency to it. Obviously. Right. But I mean, hello, there's people dying left and right. So what's the answer? So sorry, please keep going with your story. But that's why I'm just trying to back it up. Like it's so justified.
yeah, I was angry. And I still to this day feel a bit of resentment towards being here and towards whoever they would never tell me who called the stat flight because I was sitting on the couch with my son bleeding out, explaining to him that he was going to have to continue on in life as a man. Pretty impacted in his life But when the helicopter landed, I knew, oh shit, I'm probably going to live through this now. But I had the experience, and resentment and contempt and anger was all I felt for being here for a long time. And when I woke up with 2 fish tanks attached on each side of my lungs, and I couldn't move because the muscles had been damaged so bad with the puncture wounds, I was like, oh shit, just added to it. But one of the night nurses, she was a metaphysicist, we'll say, and she did a lot of energy work with me in there at night
Probably.
after hours. And I contribute a lot of that to my recovery, but not to the state of where I was, the contentment that I felt, the
And
peace.
and you realize, are you starting to maybe, and I'm not ridiculing you as I say this, but like the emotion you're holding on to, like who were you blaming for what happened at the core of it?
Probably
Maybe not even
the
like the doctors or anybody, but like, was it family? Was it why you were out there in the first place? Were you blaming anybody like that? And were you and I can, because sometimes when I talk to you, I can hear you like you're holding on to it.
yeah,
Tight, like it's tight as a rope, right? You're like, I gotta, it's like that butterfly thing, to be honest with you. Like if you're gonna hold on
it
to it,
is.
you're gonna let it die, you're gonna let it go.
I hold a lot of resentment in that area
I
because
know.
I felt that whenever I experienced what I experienced, that I wasn't going to have to contend with the pain of life anymore,
Yeah.
because life had been,
You had already been
a
through so much shit. Yep.
yeah, up and downs, and
You've been challenged
riches, and
fucking lot. Mm-hmm.
yeah, hedonism, and then poverty, and back up again,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
in the limelight, out of the limelight, on drugs, off of drugs, every
Trying to be
possible
good,
aspect.
right? Like trying to do the right thing, getting hit in the fucking face. And I don't know it completely. I cannot. I'm never going to be able to fully contend to your story, but I feel it. I really
Yeah,
do. And
and I thought it
you're not
was
the only person
done,
I've heard this story from, right? I know. I get it. I get it.
and I feel
And this
like I
is,
was robbed, and that's
yeah.
probably why I hold on to it.
Have you ever looked into, and I know this is kind of woo-woo shit, sometimes it helps. I don't know if it's the exact answer, okay? But for me, it did help. So I found out I was something called a master builder, and this has to do with your numerology. So you're just like your date of birth. You can
Okay.
Google this. It has to do with like astrology. And I found out, and I joke about it actually a lot because it apparently my life path number means I'm a master builder 33, which makes me sound like some kind of fucking satanic ritual. Excuse me, like I'm from some sort of anyway. I'm not. I can tell you this from the core of who I am. Unless this is my life path, that this was something I did in the past, and I'm having to relive it, break it down, right? Exemplify it, to say, I need to be a better person, because I don't know if that's exactly it. That's a lot to break down. But what I'm trying to tell you is that you might have been presented these scenarios to build you to be who you are today, the knowledge you have to give to us in these exemplatory situations, and provide with us something that is like sane in a world of insanity, where people are quick to say, this is evil. I'm just demonizing you as a bad fucking person. you're bad and you're evil. Because that's what you portray. And I'm sure you've been portrayed as that before.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you this because I'll be honest, our first interactions when I looked at your channel, I went, this feels dark and heavy. But when I talk to you and I gotta tell you, like, this was before I really knew not Chaos, Cage and Dom. I met them
Right.
about the same time I met you. And knowing them and knowing all the dynamics of everybody and knowing my own personal, like, I am a little bit of a fucking love bomber, but knowing that good chaos aspect and knowing who you are, it breaks it down. And I hope that helps. Like,
It does. It brings relevancy to balance.
right? That's what I'm saying.
I
You are here to bring a balance to, like, the erraticacies of, there's like a weird back and forth of toxic negativity and toxic positivity. Anyway, thank you.
No, you're absolutely right. I don't hesitate to the darkness, and I don't hesitate to the light. They're both reflective of
Yep.
each other in nature.
Yep.
So I don't see the aspect of the devil and Satan and the church's take on it, or the jinn, or this, that, or another.
Yeah.
I see energies, and that energy is on a sliding scale to the point where it's, like you said, heavy or light. You know, there's that transition that's almost a linear spectrum of, you're at this stage of vibration. Now you're comfortable, you understand this vibration, you're dealing with what they consider darkness and evil, but it's just energy, to the point where I can go to the
Yeah.
other spectrum and pull from that and go, okay, now everything's light and easy, and you know,
And
I
no
can,
matter what I do, I'm put in front of the dark. And I am light, Access. I've been light my whole life. And my path as working in the medical field has shown me that I was supposed to be a healer. So I'm meant to bring light into darkness, but it doesn't mean what my full reality is dark. Like, its lightness isn't the ultimate answer. It's
no,
not, right? Like, there is a
no,
beautiful balance. And so I am meant to be that a little bit, not, I've met other females especially that are more Dom's, I think Dom just said he's in the backstage party.
oh shit,
Love it. I fucking love
this
it.
is not,
He literally, I
this
think he just said it. You know what? I have to pee super fast.
cool, it's
Dom's
fine,
back. My
all
Dom.
right, good to have you
Seriously,
back, Dom.
I can't tell you guys. So I'm gonna be 39 in 2 months. And all I have to say is I've met some of the best people I've met my entire life. And I do have a good, like, little core of people that I know from even, like, early days. Even we're very aware of certain things and awoke me, but I have my senseis.
You're
And
easy to
Dom, I
listen
feel
to.
that I call him my sensei access, but I'm really appreciative of you. Like, I've said that several times tonight. I actually said it to Dom. He and I had another conversation, or I sent him a message and I said, I'm very fond of your development and what I've heard from you. And part of it was like, I personally was just disconnected. So I wasn't listening to you in particular, but there were certain things you've been saying lately that have just really resonated. So please keep with that message. I'm going to go to the bathroom and let Dom speak his beautiful wisdom.
Awesome. Good to have you back, Dom.
Yeah, how's it going, buddy?
Great people, man. I'm touched, truly. There's a couple of times that I've actually had the hair stand up on my neck and arms. and that usually doesn't happen unless there's a extreme transference of energy happening. That's that's very powerful to me. It's physical sign that there's an exchange going on that isn't that is going beyond the norm.
Sadly, when we talk about the norm, it's usually chaos or nonsense or indifference. But yeah, because you openly admit, Access, that you play both sides, dark and light. So some of these
Yeah,
individuals are coming on that are either leaning a little bit towards the light or the dark. You can feel you can grasp both of them. It's usually the people that are indifferent that I struggle with.
yeah. It's one thing that I noticed and really drew not only your words and what you were typing in the chats and the wisdom behind it, but you had an understanding that no one else was presenting. You kind of presented that. Why are you guys afraid of the dark? You know, blah, Satan. You know, and I was like, this guy knows the spectrum. He's got his hand on something. And man, I am so glad that we were able to come together like this. Very very much needed in my life, definitely.
Hmm. Oh, it aids me in my development too, actually. So, but like I said,
I'm
I
not
try
gonna
to.
deny.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I have to
Go.
say, I'm not gonna deny that I have had the same benefits, and that for me, as much as I thought I was dampening this like anxiety for living in the future, you have really helped me. Really, really helped me. Again, like what is the preservation of what you're doing? It has nothing to do with the end goal. It has nothing to do with the highlights, the star goal, right? It has nothing to do with this ultimate perception of who you are. Because for me, as a woman who has had no children, who does not have a husband, and it's not to say I have not tried these paths. It's not to say that this was not something I sought after. It's not to say that I'm not even in the potential to still have that happen. But what I'm saying is, like, what is happiness for me, right? And so what you're
One,
talking about has a lot to do with that. So that's all I had to say.
yeah, your happiness will become more relevant with self discovery, or at least for me, that's what I found. And the more I discover of self, whether it be dark or light, the more content I become with myself, and the less reliant I become on my environment um, for, I guess, approval, support, or recognition. I developed a sense of happiness within my own being, which was never there for years. I always reached outside for that. And in the past few years, I turned that around, especially after a couple incidents that I ran into in life. I found that I was the only person that was going to make me happy. And until I could love me, how could I truly love someone else?
I guess the concept of what is happiness, I guess, in that moment.
For me, it was
Yes.
a contentment, almost a stillness with self. I wasn't running around looking to fulfill some desire anymore. I had turned my attention, instead of seeking outside of myself for satisfaction, and turned it around. Now, music was a huge factor, um, and I'm not going to say that drugs weren't a huge factor in that. And I started looking at myself, and when I went to the desert and had the hiatus in the desert, and had to actually spend time with me, and all I had was my service dog, I really got to know me. I really understood um, some real bad character flaws that I was carrying around, some real heavy weight that I was carrying around, some
Yeah.
resentment, some hostilities, and I would catch myself in the middle of the desert with no one around, dragging them into the desert with me until I woke up and I was more concerned about the coyotes and the potential of the snakes being underneath the wheel wells of the truck than I was anything else. And I had freed myself. And I liked me then. I was like, I'm not a an uncomfortable person to travel cross country with. And so I did that and stayed out there for quite a while. So I found contentment, stillness.
Okay, so for me personally, like that's who I am. And from a young age, like my parents took us on some trips, and where I grew up I couldn't camp quite as often, but every month of the summer that was available, I was outdoors, like from fucking sunset to sunrise. And so or sorry, sunrise to sunset, but you know what I'm saying.
I understand the reverse of that.
Yeah. And so for me, coming to Oregon and being immersed in the wilderness, and like for me it was being my past was like I mean, as a female, I think maybe you guys will resonate a little bit with this, but generally, like you're with a partner, like that's your life. Like it, maybe you have blips of not, but generally, like if you're not, you're deemed as, you know, unfuckwittable. And that's the name of an album my friends came up with it from my friends who have a hip hop album or record label, excuse me. But anyway, I really do resonate with personally just like being at peace. Just be at peace at the every single moment. And I had friends growing up that reminded me, like, why are you so anxious? I don't understand why you're so worried about what's going to happen tomorrow, or why you're so worried about right this second. And that, I think, I didn't realize how much I was living in the future. So yeah, anyway, appreciate it.
No, you're dead on. I mean, that 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 uh, acceptance of self and being honest with self was a part of my self discovery, because delusions of grandeur and false imagery is something that a lot of people will, I guess, pacify their true personality and who they truly are. They'll masquerade it and buy into that facade. But when you're truly honest with the fact that I am a living, breathing animal with a conscious awareness and not a whole lot of answers, just a lot of self discovery and experiences, then you kind of settle a peace with yourself. And then when you reconcile death, what's left except just making peace with yourself and carrying on?
Right? Like, I should play it. It's the end of a song, but it's like, if you shoot an arrow and it goes real high, hooray for you. It's like the idea of, is life about achievements? I don't think so. And I think everything that has led me to where I am today, to have this perception and to be able to convey to you, like, there's some weird frequency evaluation to this, considering that like all my goals were to have a family. Like all my friends, if you ask them growing up, I was given I can't speak, an award for saying, you're going to be the first mom out of our group of friends, just because of my personality and how I was. And circumstances just never led to that, even though that was my ambition. I wanted a family. I wanted a cabin in the woods. But what's weird is I did end up working in sleep medicine, and I'm very thankful for that. Anyway, so
I'm
these
sure
are
that
things
was
we
very
do need to,
beneficial.
right? This is important, right? Like right now, like deconstructing, like why did people end up here? Why did they end up there? Why are certain professions and certain integrations happening now?
It's almost like a summoning of certain types of familiar spirits or energies or personalities and personas.
Yeah.
I
I
noticed
gotta
there's
say, I
a
feel that way strongly about Dom, because like in my life, as far recently and being very real, I'm very alone. Like I live with my parents, to be frank. I am completely unable to have conversations with them about anything metaphysical. Well, I shouldn't say anything, because that's the weird thing. Is my dad, like, because the X-Files turned me on to aliens, UFOs, yada yada yada. But because currently metaphysical intersects with conspiracy, right? Like they're very disconnected. They can't have those anyway. I'm not trying to say like Dom is my parent, but what Dom is for me, what I realized why I've connected back with you, because this was, by the way, a couple months ago, I heard you talking, Exis. I kind of said that already.
okay.
And I know you, like, I don't know your full story. I do know your full story to some extent, because I've listened to you a couple times, but where you've come and how you've progressed and all these things have made nominal movements. And I've noticed this a little bit in our community. Like, there are more people coming together in these kind of contracts of understanding each other to these little bit of deeper values of saying, like, listen, our traumas, and I'm going to be like, hashtag trauma bonding, but that's not what I'm trying to say. It's just that our traumas are
Our
bringing us together. They
our
are.
life experiences.
Yep.
Some of us
Which is
have
trauma.
lived
Yep.
and experienced. I don't want to say. Well, I guess it is. We've expanded our experiences in life more so than the general number of people do. And I didn't know that there was at one time other people that were on the same wavelength as me until the internet, because you didn't have those. You could go to the metaphysical store, or you could go to the neighbor who's a practicing witch, or you could go to different religions and infiltrate them. You could go to secret societies and uh, infiltrate them. But once the internet came around, I realized that there was other people doing what I was doing, and I felt a sense of companionship with that. And then when they opened the doors to social media, that just blew the hinges off of everything. And now that you can have your own, I mean, basically closed circuit broadcast and interact with people who have experienced what you've experienced, or are seeking what you're seeking, are developing in ways that you're developing, there's a sense of familiarity that's brought that exceeds what we were capable of experiencing just a few years ago. So that's kind of a pro to the cons of social media. It's been beneficial to me in many different ways. And the people I've met, beautiful, beautiful souls, dark souls, lost souls, um, confused. There's no point in the spectrum that you're not going to eventually run into and metaversally deal with, as long as you extend yourself in those regions. And the same with life. The minute you put a door up or a wall up against a certain thing just because of taboo or some stigmata or indoctrination, you're cutting off an entire section of development. And I that was fulfilled with the ability to communicate to anybody, whether they're Satanist or whether they're Christian, Hindu, Jew, um, atheist, agnostic, seekers, believers, metaphysicists, um, practical survivalists. You've got everything at your fingertips. And then when I seen them pervert it with just the redundancy of ridicule and contempt and the drama, that's whenever I recluse like you, Dom, Cage, um, Jeebus. There's those personalities that really extenuate beyond the chaos, and you find a harmony. Because I told Dom, even during this interaction tonight, there's been a couple of times that I felt the hair, stand up, and that generally, unless there's a good transaction going on of energy, it doesn't happen. But personal perspective, I'd like to think that it was shared. Did I lose you guys?
No, I'm still here, Access. I'm hearing you.
It was I couldn't get to it quick enough. No, I appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys, definitely. I'm really at a loss for other than descriptive, situations. The commonality here and the state of people these days is rare to find some people or a small group even that you can experience growth with or a mutual understanding or relativity that doesn't lead into some type of chaos, and that kind of allows me to remain peaceful with myself instead of attacking and being combative with my environment. Dom helped me a lot with that. Just watching his interaction kind of was a footpath to me to be able to see how he operated, and I've kind of taken his lead in some aspects on just dropping little nuggets in the chat now and hoping that it resonates with somebody.
You guys made it a Dom hour.
Well, credit where credit's due.
I don't know, but thank you, Access. I appreciate it.
And credit where credit's due. I mean, it's no different than whenever I was promoting other channels, that I felt very strongly about and was headed in a direction at particular times that I thought were beneficial to the community. And, I was wholeheartedly supportive of them and individuals too. I don't think there's as many of us as I would like for there to be that are receptive and understanding to multiple aspects. But when you find those few, man, you got to appreciate them.
If I can share access, when iPhones or phones in general came to be, one of the theme that people used to be talking about is these selfies. People were taking a lot of pictures of themselves, pictures of their babies, pictures of their parts. This is what I did on vacation, food. This is my pet. It's all about the self. These live channels that a lot of people do, whether they're aware or not, it's the same thing. So whether or not there's an entity.
Can I ask you, what do you think about that with like narcissism? Like what's like the self, like the selfie? Because wasn't there an article, like is there legitimacy to that? Is there something about balancing of the ego? Do you know what I'm saying? Where there was articles about selfies were connected to narcissism. Maybe you didn't see that, but I'm just curious because obviously no.
Obviously you saw it, so if you want to share, go ahead, Sarah.
Really don't need to, I feel like, other than I'm just curious what your opinion is of that. It's obviously probably not surprising, but just the fact that that kind of portrayal, like constantly taking photos of yourself. What I'm seeing is this whole array of people taking videos of themselves to display what they're doing. And I'm not saying there's a total it's not completely wrong. I'm just saying I'm noticing it's not in the right light. And I feel like you know what I'm talking about. Like the energy behind it isn't quite right. And this coincides with people who are doing or getting thousands of views on things based on something that we can't even really we can't put together. We're not there. It has everything to do with everything outside of what we're trying to do, more or less. Sorry, thank you.
Dom, you want to take that?
What she asked, or what I was trying to share? Which one?
I think she was looking for some feedback on the selfie aspect being narcissistic.
Yeah, do you think there, or do you think it's deeper?
It's wider.
Of course.
I love you, Sarah. I love you, Sarah, but sometimes this is why I say I would never want to be your sensitive.
I know.
I would have to tape you to the wall with your mouth shut. You don't know enough to say, listen, let it play out. If you allow me to play it out, I was trying to be so polite earlier. Axis knows how I feel about it. I don't fucking care if you agree or disagree with me.
I think you hold back on me, and I want you to.
I don't, because you don't know how to hold back on yourself. Sarah, please. I'm going to say this ever so gently because I enjoy your company. Silence is golden. When I choose to break my silence, it's not for to fulfill my needs. There's a lack out there. So now I'm going to try it once again to share. This is not about you, Sarah. This is being recorded. Now you can make it about you, but you can do that in silence. So now where I was going with this is, we've had it earlier when people were videotaping themselves. That hasn't changed. Videotaping oneself in their imagery or talking about themselves is the same idea. This is what I do for a profession. This is what I learned from other people, opposed to What do you really know of the self? Let me change the word. What do you know of the program? Once people realize they've been living precariously through their programs, that's not who they are. Now, why do they say things like know thyself? Who's the knower and who's the self? Both of them are programs. One runs the other. That's all it is. Now, when you're awake, that's your program called the self. Now, somebody will say, oh, I've accomplished something. I went to university. Okay, your waking state went to university. Did you learn? Did your subconscious go to university? Because it would have learned way more in a shorter period of time than your waking state would have done. This is why when people argue or they get triggers, that's their self. It's usually underdeveloped. Now, we can use all the different dogmas, such as biology or science, to what? Explain the brain. Okay, that's cookie stuff. But once you're aware of who you are, or in this case, who you're not the bodies, you're not the thought. Outside of that, it's entertainment for the self. This is why when people say words like self-aware, they're revealing themselves. They're letting the child of the household rule their life.
Yep.
It could be. It could be a yup. Again, I'm always going to caveat that I'm full of shit, but I'm
I
okay.
know. I know.
But
I know.
but
I know.
well, again, you're saying that, but why, Sarah? That's the question. Why do you
It
feel?
resonates. It resonates hard. You
Okay.
say certain things that I can't. Okay. A couple things that I don't know if I'm offending her lately, so that's why I'm saying like Bex. I don't know if I should call her Bex. Anyway, Rebecca, she has gotten into the time warp factor, which I have held on to for a long time. And if you start to get into that idea, you're talking about breaking whole ideals of what you're even saying, like of holding true to certain forms. Because the minute you do that, you don't know if the time warp is taking you into a totally different spectrum and saying, hey, listen, we're going to take everything you knew just now and say, we want you to put it and implement it into this. And maybe 60 years around, you run into somebody you knew. Anyway, I know that's, getting into time warp far-fetchedness, but I'm not going to deny. That's one thing I can never deny what you've offered and what you've broken my barriers down into. With my background, I was influenced by some friends. I've told you about Bernie, and this gets into free energy. And that was really the base of my breakdown. I knew of some, obviously, and I had read not a lot, not enough of that philosophical background, but with my own experience in psychic abilities and that incorporating into my own family dynamic, I think there's a purpose. I think there's a purpose of why exactly you are here right now. So thank you.
Could be.
That's good. Yeah, that's
Good.
that aspect. I kind of got a glimpse of where she was coming from with that. And the only thing I could really apply was the quantum death or the quantum effect, because stepping outside of time or time warp means that you have a concept of time. I use illuminaries and the giant clock in the sky to tell time. I quit using increment measures of what they chose to give me, because my month has 13, or my year has 13 months in it, the lunar calendar. And I observe a long count solar calendar, and then it's a daily kind of residual account with the luminaries. but I couldn't just wrap my mind completely around what she was truly saying, with full grasp of where she was coming from with it. That's probably my shortcoming and my lack of broadening that perspective. But I didn't.
No.
Uh,
It's I appreciate that, but it's everything to do with me.
okay.
And I no, I have a weird also I have other dynamic things. I'm sorry. Dynamic things I need to work through. But I really appreciate that. And again, there's people around that understand, that have been around a little bit, there's more to just it being like, hey, we were meant to come together in this dynamic, but there's like more to it in the sense that we were meant to be here to challenge each other. And we don't always want to hear that. You know what I mean? Because sometimes it means like, I'm not supposed to like you, but it's more than that. Anyway, I think you get it. I appreciate you. Thank you. And
God bless
Dom,
you.
he's my sensei.
How does that serve Sarah to challenge others?
And be educators. He's my educator, he's my sensei, and we are educating each other.
Could be, but I'm not pointing towards anybody. How does it serve to challenge others?
Can I, out of just like first base analysis, if I were to ask Judith right now, is Dom an educator?
She'd probably say I'm full of shit. She would say I'm full of shit. So once again, how does it serve? In this case, I'll even point it towards you. How does it serve you to challenge others? Do you like to be challenged?
Yeah.
Okay. How so? How do you like to be challenged? Intellectually, emotionally, physically?
Both.
Okay.
All.
Okay.
All.
So now, okay, great. So now you should at least find other people that enjoy that.
Yep.
I personally don't enjoy that, and I make it quite clear. So when it's like me, if I want to play
it's
soccer,
weird.
yes, go ahead.
I think you do more than you say. Personal opinion, total IMO, but I gravitate that in not all scenarios. Okay. I don't think you realize like your impact. We've talked about this. I don't think you realize like the influence that you have. The trail you leave.
No, I know exactly what I'm doing, Sarah. I know exactly what I'm doing. And the
Okay.
thing is, I'm not interested in serving the me.
I know that.
But most people are serving the me.
Okay.
So now it's all about
So
me.
you're doing what I thought you were doing, but you're doing it in the exact retrospect, in the respectful way I would assume.
Yeah, you can only assume. If I share out loud, the lessons for me to learn, you might hear me, it might resonate, as you say, the word resonates with you, but what's actually resonating? The energy that you are, or some sort of memory based on language? Something to ponder.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Max, how's it going, brother?
Oh.
Yeah, hi Max.
Yeah. Hi Max.
Hi. How you doing?
There's that
Good.
voice.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
You-
Yeah, I
you-
have a little bit of input on that subject.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen people try learning through controversy. It's destructive and usually doesn't end up well in the end. I don't find it's too good because what you're doing is rattling people's nerves, right? Unwantedly. When they're trying to have a discussion or just express themselves. So like I would say, if you want to challenge people, I would say playing, to soften it up, you can say like playing devil's advocate here, on the other side of the coin, there are ways to challenge people without actually saying, you're wrong or that, But I've seen the extremes of it, and the extremes are not good.
Very
You've
true,
seen
Max.
some of my difficulties, Max. You've actually been there when I went through some of my more aggressive times,
Yes,
and especially when I had the ability to affect people. That was a learning experience for me because I had to learn that with that come responsibility, and
absolutely. Yeah,
that that curbed a lot of my my aggression because it wasn't that I had to show you that I could do it. I understand now that yeah, I can do it, and it's not necessary.
If I can share on that axis for a second, sorry. Um, there's a difference between private and public conversation. A lot of people forget when they're in these public conversations, people are still at their homes. And at the same time, whether people understand this or not, I get it. Max probably understands it, maybe even Sarah, and I know for sure Axis does. Some people can read energy. So when somebody asks a question, you already know that they already know their answers. They're being clever and they're trying to debate you on some topic. I said, if you already know your answer and you're not willing to move on it, why the fuck do you ask me that question? Because they're clever. I don't agree with this. No, okay, well, whatever. But if you want to share ideals, that's what I get the impression. Especially, I love being on this platform with Access. I mean, with Access channel because he's willing to entertain possibilities. When people want facts, go look for other people that want to play with facts. And what is facts? Yesterday's news. Did you experience it? Did you observe it? Or you're just photocopying that information? And a lot of people just don't realize how lack of a development they are. And the ones when you do find who they are, it's really enjoyable. Anyway, went on. Sorry, guys.
No, that's fine, Don. I agree with you.
yeah. We had one show up today on my channel, trying to challenge everyone to, give me proof and all this stuff. Like we were just talking about what's going on around us, and that there's something big coming. We don't know exactly what. There's so many things on the table at the moment, but
You
we
feel that
believe there's
too, then?
something big coming, right? And well, yeah. So and this guy comes on, or girl, I don't remember which. What proof do you have? What do you know about that?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we're discussing things, and we know trends, and we follow trends, and this type of thing. And I tried to get this person to be reasonable. They kind of mellowed out a little bit in the end, but we'll see what happens if they come back.
Well, hopefully you got through.
Yeah, yeah. Like we're just putting out ideas. If you want the facts, go and research them yourself. If it's that interesting to you, you will. If it's not,
Hmm.
then you won't.
I admire
What do
that,
you,
Matt.
so with kind of where Dom's going too is like I gotta stand behind this only because
You're cutting out.
Yeah, you roboted.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're a very open-minded person, Axis and Dominic.
I
So
appreciate that.
yeah,
We got off on a kind of an ill foot, Max, but I was under development at the time,
you
and
were under
a
stress. I
sense of
understood that. I didn't find it a
yeah.
bad start.
It's like a wounded dog at the time.
Hmm.
It's going to bite whoever's going to heal it, or it's going to wait until it gets healed, and it'll either become feral or it will become adjusted to the environment.
Yeah, it was interesting to see where you were going to go, and you went on a good route, which was awesome to see. Love you for that. That's good to see a soul come around and take care of himself.
It was definitely necessary. I, now my research is more directed internally, and I'm endeavoring into things for myself and not so much to affect others. It's a personal pursuit that I'm endeavoring in.
Oh yeah, you're
We
quite
lost
good with
it.
electronics, aren't you?
I get around them, yeah, sometimes.
Okay, I'm thinking of like I use passive technologies to protect myself from EMF radiation. But
Mm.
I've been pondering in my head the idea of an active technology utilizing like a router to gather signals. A Have you ever seen one of those noise canceling devices? Some technology like that. I don't know if that technology would go up into the gigahertz range, but it should, seeing as it's being, if you can put it through a router and get a program, and some method of uh, canceling or sending that energy back to cancel it out before it gets to you. Now, I don't know if that's possible, but it's
Well,
something I've been
like
pondering in my mind as a countermeasure to some of these possible attacks that are probably going to be coming eventually.
I don't think they're a possibility of coming. I think they're already begun.
Well,
I
yeah,
said
I mean higher level attacks.
right, right, yeah, absolutely, all the way to microwave. Um,
Yeah,
the microwave for general population, you would have to pretty much encompass yourself in a Faraday cage. Even at that, there's the potential for bleed through
yeah,
because those are a whole different spectrum of waves, as low frequency waves and some of the waves that they're hitting us with through the Wi-Fi router is still blockable because all you got to do is find out what causes a dead signal. Lead paint, that causes a dead signal. Certain types of insulation causes your signal not to be able to transmit or
yeah,
receive.
yeah.
Certain
That's the
frequencies,
passive technologies, but I'm hoping to take it to a point where it's like an active protection field, an active
okay,
protected field of when the waves come in, they counter them like a noise canceling set of noise canceling headphones, canceling all the
right.
sound outside of you. And
Well, that's what I've got going on right here. I was talking to Dom about the 60 cycle hertz that comes through the electrical wiring. I've even pinpointed that
mm-hmm.
down.
Yep, that's the
I can
Lily
turn,
wave.
yeah, I can turn my
Yeah,
amps on now and they're deadly silent. So I know that whenever I'm sitting behind this, because if I remove my amp and set it on the other side of the room,
yeah,
I'm picking up traces of that 60 cycle. So I know that I'm deflecting that. Uh, I can put up full defenses, and I know that I'm not going to receive a Wi-Fi signal from behind this
mm-hmm.
band of
Shielding, yeah.
frequencies. Yes, but
Okay, yeah,
it's a tonal
okay,
band of frequencies that I set behind, and I've got it
okay,
on loop, so it just recycles itself on loop. Just my basic media player and
mm-hmm.
a full range, a full spectrum range equalizer plug-in that goes with it, so that I can get the full effect of that particular frequency. Because sometimes it can't handle the ratio of the frequency that's coming through those interactive players that you get
Mm,
for listening to music or watching TV. You really got to get a 5 point, 5.1 or higher.
yeah,
And if you can get true sound speakers, which are from Bose, then you're getting pure, absolute defensive frequencies or the other spectrum. But yeah, that took me a long time. I can send you those waves or those frequencies that I use to just kind of neutralize my environment.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd
But
like that.
I
I'll give it a try.
I'd have to have an entire broadcasting system well, we know where that led me at one point in time, but with a broadcasting system, you could cover a heavy range of people and defend against, you know, particular frequencies that I've identified that seem to be decoherent or destructive frequencies.
Yeah. There's I'll send you a link. There's a particular frequency they're using right now to use us as wireless nodes, and I bet you could counter this one.
The Bluetooth.
It comes through all wireless networks pretty much.
Okay.
There's a video explaining. Copy this. Here's a video. It's by this lady called Pinsurgy. That's what her channel is called. But she's got the frequencies outlined. It's 8,000 hertz or something. I can't remember exactly. Let me put it there. Okay, let me put it in private chat then.
Hold on, Max. Hold on. I got you.
There we go.
Okay. Did we lose Sarah?
Yeah.
Yep, we lost. I think. Whenever they sent that particular frequency out, the emergency broadcast one, I had shut everything down, and I debated to whether to capture it and try and identify it and run it through my spectralizer. But I wound up trying to sleep through the whole event, and I kept everything shut down and my defenses up. And what I'm encountering now is, obviously, you know, you're introducing me to something new here, that, you know, they just persistent.
Yep.
And
unfortunately,
every month, you know, that me and Dom ran into, they were really screwing with us yesterday. And I have a meter. It picks up packets and pings and allows me to know when there's packets and pings hitting any of my ports. Yeah. That son of a bitch was just bouncing in the red for almost 3 hours. And I was like, fuck, man. And it was an unidentifiable wave. So now I have to put it through a spectralizer and find out what frequency that is at. And even if I can register that frequency, because I'm limited, you know, once I reach a certain level of frequency, I'm maxed out. I am totally, or I'm bottomed out, and I can't go no further. And if they start working in those particular spectrums, which I can go inaudible, then they're playing with technologies that they're not going to probably even allow me to get a hold of.
Yeah. How high can you in frequency?
I can get up into the thousands, and I can get it as low as a subtonal 0.
Yeah.
So, you know, and if I push the potential of doing damage, I can start going lower, but I've done palpitated myself a couple times, and no one was here but me. I was like, oh shit. Okay. So yeah, there's pros and cons of working with frequencies, especially when you don't have assistance aid or you're going into malevolent frequency ranges, and you don't know what's coming at you, or you've created one that you're subjecting yourself to get a result from. I'm using it for peering, transcendentalism, which is kind of, you being a remote viewer, I'm sure you understand transcendentalism. In a kind of a projective kind of way, receiving and projecting imagery through remote viewing. I'm taking this to a whole new concept of being able to reach tones, vibrations, and frequencies that peel back the layers to reveal the underpinning or overlying realities that we're actually encompassed by.
Yeah, this if you share screen there, this lady shows you. She's got tons of video, but she actually shows you the technology that they're using
Screen
to
share
hack
thing.
into our biofield. You can buy it for about $300, and you can monitor people's individual number in their biofield, and depending on how many sensors you get, what types of sensors, you can monitor different things. And again, with furthering technology, once you can monitor the field, you can also start to alter it.
Right. And
But if you,
human resonance is a variable. Me and Dom were talking about this the other day, is becoming intrusive into someone's body or consciousness through frequency and matching their frequency, their life energy frequency, and gaining access, kind of like a clairvoyant, or like some of the CIA operatives that are into ESP and such forth. The
yeah,
CIA work on it.
what
You
this
know,
lady is claiming is that they're using us as part of the wireless network.
well, have you seen
So,
where the dead bodies are giving off Bluetooth signals and
yep,
MAC addresses?
yep. Apparently, we've all got
So,
an address.
yeah, a Bluetooth
And it's
address.
no, it's your biofield. Apparently, they've mapped out and cataloged everybody's biofield.
Really? See, that's
Yeah.
kind of new to me, because I'm still
So
researching the
they're
Bluetooth.
using your biofield to to transfer and transmit data.
Okay, nodal points. Everybody's a nodal
Yeah.
point now.
Yep. Yep.
Damn.
Do you have share? Can you hit the share screen there, and you can see?
I I'm on a phone right now.
Oh,
Is
okay.
my main
Oh, that can be
device.
difficult. Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Let me see if I can. I'll just play it. I'll just listen to it and repeat what she said.
but my introduction to that, Max, was people were picking up Bluetooth in cemeteries, dead people, fresh dead people that have just died, and they were walking in searching for Bluetooth signals in the cemetery, and they were picking up Bluetooth and MAC addresses.
Yeah. I have. I want to show you something. This is a great app to get. I've touted this app for years to people to put on their phones. I don't think a lot of people have, but let's see. Come on, start working. This thing's fantastic. It tracks every source around you, every wireless source.
Awesome.
Names it. It gives you the name and number of the source. There's all the sources around me, so you can pick up everything from Bluetooth to 5G. It picks it all up and tells you what level it's coming at you.
That's that would be nice as a program. I've got programs that are able to identify. Well, I've got an oscillator, and I can set it to receive, but you're still doing adjustments and fine tuning things. Even with some of the programs that I use that are extensive and basically their development was for frequency ranges. Some of that stuff is really hard to work with and delicate. So I'll try this out, man. See if this doesn't make it a little easier, more beneficial to me, and I've got no problem sharing defensive information.
Yeah, I'd love to try it out. So yeah, if you could send that to me, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, yeah, it's not a problem.
Do you have my Gmail or no? I'll
Yeah,
put it in.
I've got your site, and I've got your Gmail at the top of your site, I believe. But you can go ahead and give it to me. I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll put it in
Definitely.
chat, in private chat. Because I have programs that'll run most frequencies up to probably 50,000 hertz, I think.
Right, right, and then you start getting into the pinnacle range.
So as long as your frequencies are in that range, I should be able to play them.
Excellent. Yeah, I started working with some of the NORAD, uh, the old NORAD stuff, and was able to get a hold of some technology that allowed me a little more leniency in my being able to identify, pick up, and address and return signals, and
Mm-hmm.
that was a big bonus to my arsenal. But
Yeah.
I had some resistance happen, and I had to take some of the things that I was doing and quiet them down a lot. And somebody called me out and turned me in.
Going to
So
make your own transmitters, are you?
I was hoping to. Would
Yeah,
like
they don't.
to.
They don't mind us receiving signals. They don't like us transmitting them.
Right, and the fact that I'm neutralizing any range of frequency at all, I don't know if that's showing up as a feedback or an echo to them,
Oh, I think it
but
would show up. I think it would show up. Yeah.
as an echo, yeah, because
Or a
I've been
dead
having
zone. Or a dead zone. You know.
yeah,
Right.
it could show up as a dead zone. I just don't know what they're working with behind, on their end.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell how far they've taken things now. And with
Yeah. It seems to be a lot farther than we know.
yeah,
Like I only
I
found out they were using us as, like, I knew that they were hitting us hard with energy, but I didn't know they were actually using us as wireless nodes. You know, I think we should get paid for that.
right,
Yeah,
get some type of check,
yeah,
for our
yeah.
use
We
in
have to pay for
telecommunication.
wireless communication every month. Why don't they have to pay us for using us as nodes?
Exactly. I didn't know that they had actually implemented that and was actually using bio electricity as nodal points. I was aware of the Bluetooth and the cemetery registerings, um, and I'm aware of the surrounding Bluetooth because that's easy to pick up on. But now you got me thinking. I have to find out an individual or a common resonance that works as a transmitter and a receiver that is within the bounds of our bioelectric field.
Yeah, the video
Wonderful.
I posted, she's got them.
Good. It'll save me a lot
So
of time.
yes, it will.
Thank you, man. Thank you. That the effects of what they're doing is becoming very visible now,
Yeah,
and I'm watching it take a toll on not only the like my in-home services or even my case managers, but I've found myself subjected to it at times, and I've had to pull myself back together and go, hold on, is this me, or am I being subjected to something out of my spectrum and range?
Mm-hmm.
So my mom, there's nothing I can really do. Um, she's not a pioneer.
Yeah.
Um, my daughter's in Colorado. I do send her a lot of information, and she reviews my shows. And my son is unfortunately in a position where he's not able to even experience, you know,
Mm-hmm.
anything other than complete control. And the rest of my family is pretty much dead. I mean, there's nobody. So
Yeah.
at least if I can tap into my field and get a reading and a registry on it with what she's got, then I might be able to find a common frequency and put it behind on loop and then distribute it.
Yep.
But they could put
That
it in
sounds.
they could put it in their phone and just keep that
Yeah.
tone in the background, neutralizing themselves from being a transmitter and a receiver,
Mm-hmm.
which was my original, my original intent was defensive. Until with defensive, I naturally, you're going to learn both ends of the spectrum. But the best prevailed. Now I'm just a setting target for when they decide to shut me down.
I've had a lot of success with my grounding devices I've been making. A lot of good effects for people from that. A lot of people with headaches, toothaches, swelling, things like that. Really having good effects. I have to get more of them
That
out there.
Yeah, definitely. Anything that we can do
Yeah.
as as a defensive deterrent against what's being put upon us is a bonus to my notion, because this
Yeah.
is a type of warfare, whether it's spiritual, energetic, and just because they aren't kicking down my door doesn't mean they're not invading my home or my
Yeah.
place of sanctuary.
Invading our bodies right now.
Now, yeah, that's way too personal. That's to me, that's a type of frequency rape.
We're being used. We're being used and abused, really, because it causes physical effects, mental effects. Like my wife, she gets swelling in her teeth that one of my devices takes that down for her. I don't know how far or what effects it'll have on other things, though. Like, does it stop us being used as a wireless network? I doubt it. I don't think it does. Does it stop some of the emotional effects they can put on us with ELFs?
Oh,
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I don't think it does. So we need other things for those types of attacks and the further attacks that are coming.
I, I I think they're going to amp it up to the point where even researchers like me aren't going to really have a chance to physically apply themselves and develop frequencies and defenses and counter frequencies or dead zones or echoes mirrored back. I see this just
It does seem
continually.
rather hopeless in the end if they want to just use their technology to its ultimate end or highest point. But we don't know that,
Right.
right? We don't know that. We don't
No,
know if we
no.
can't counter it, so we should at least try, you know, see what we
Cut
can
ground,
do.
do something, it's
Yeah.
something in the approach to that
If I go
is
down, I'm
better
going
than
down
nothing.
kicking and screaming. That's for sure.
Yeah, and the ideal is it's practical. I mean, it's so hands-on that they give you these little shields to protect you from your phone radiation and stuff. And I'm like,
Hmm.
man, that's a small drop in the bucket compared to, other than the fact that unless you keep your phone on your body, I
Yeah.
tend not to do that at all.
And mine
I
goes in a case. I have
I
one of
just
those Faraday cases for it.
right, right. I don't know. You know, there's I'm sure there's going to be a point where it's going to implement itself to its grand design, a means to an end. I just don't know
Yeah.
what that is. I can
Well,
speculate.
we can speculate like geofencing.
Mhm.
They can target individuals. Now they do want to keep it secret for as long as possible, but once they start doing geofencing, like just
Yeah,
stopping people at certain borders with it, that'll be when the game's up.
right. Well, Musk has the and not saying that I contribute that technology to him, but he put his name on it, the Starlink. Well, now the government is petitioning him and trying to get a contract for a military set of satellites to communicate with. Maybe they're up there now, maybe they're not. Maybe,
Yeah,
you know, who's to say? Because sometimes after they do stuff, they're like, well, we're going to do this eventually. And you find out that, hell, they've been doing it for 5 years. And he's got now, according to the breaking information on him, the most state of the art supercomputer beyond the D wave. So either this guy is blood royalty
hmm
or he's outbidding the government for contracts.
yeah,
I don't see him, sustaining himself bidding against the United States and various other countries' contracts. I think he's one of the players, and deductively, like we were kind of speculating, is just a front man.
yeah. We've been looking for good guys uh, in my past few chat shows, and we don't really find any. You know, there unfortunately doesn't seem to be any good guys out there other than the common man. Uh, these millionaires and billionaires, they seem firmly ensconced in their club, and I don't know.
That's very observable. I mean, you can tell your climate. You can tell when they're hyping something up and
Yeah,
trying to make it seem more than it is. And you generally they'll throw something out there for the media to chew on while they're
mm,
doing whatever it is they're choosing to do, so that everybody's looking the other way, which is just common practice in propaganda.
yeah,
And here recently, that's been on what? Turned up to 11?
yep. There's a whole bunch of things in the pot right now.
So
They've
you
got
can
on the
almost,
go.
yeah, you can tell the temperature of their movement by the media most of the time.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you were researching frequency technology for yourself, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I have to. I was suffering from it immensely. I was losing teeth and all kinds of stuff, all kinds of physical effects.
So you're extremely receptive to energy then.
Well, most people are suffering from energies being radiation being put on them. They just think it's other things. They think things like, oh, I just have a headache because that's just what happens, or my teeth are falling out because I don't take care of them well enough. My eyes are going bad because I'm getting old. Things like that.
Right.
And it's not that, you know. And once you find the defenses against these types of things, you realize, hey, it's not that.
Hey, Max, have you noticed tinnitus has went off the chart? It seems
The
to be
energy level?
no tinnitus in the ears. It seems to have just absolutely become an epidemic here recently. The ringing in the ears.
Yeah. Well, about a month ago, they put a lot of people through a bout of depression. It was about a month
Hmm.
ago. Yeah, a lot of people have been complaining recently of ringing in the ears and headaches at certain times, like certain times of the day.
Yeah, I've got
The
a.
the app,
Um,
the ElectroSmart app, will help you with that because it'll keep track of the power levels going throughout the day, and you can chart that against what's happening with you health wise.
right. I kind of said that as in a joking manner because there's a lot of commercials now that are trying to address medically tinnitus. Never seen those before, but
No, I
YouTube
don't
has them
remember.
now.
I haven't seen any of those.
Yeah,
Wow.
they're that's yeah. That was my poke at them. I've
Okay,
got
no, I was
terms.
completely unaware of that. That's amazing. Oh,
Yeah.
is it Dom's birthday? Happy birthday, Dominic.
It,
No, it's
I
not. It's not. It's not my birthday, guys.
Oh, okay.
I heard earlier. I thought it was supposed to be Sarah's birthday the next couple of weeks. So I think either JC was saying that. So I just said that to her. So I think she misunderstood or I misunderstood. But it's not my
Oh,
birthday.
okay. Okay. Okay.
I'll still eat the cake if somebody's having a cake, but it's not my birthday.
so is in the field of remote viewing, these frequencies, have you seen that they're kind of blocking or stifling that capability?
Yep. Yeah, they do that, we believe.
Okay.
A lot of people just before, like, it depends on what we're doing, but usually before our destination, usually 20 minutes before, people start feeling different effects. So they know when
Okay.
because they know by time when my destinations are coming up. But yeah, people will feel different effects. I feel like a pressure wave, like the atmospheric pressure has increased.
Barometrically, yes.
Yeah, yep,
I'm familiar with those feelings. That's
yeah.
one of the first indicators was tissue swelling, like you said, and I had um, I've got a really nice set of teeth, and I noticed that I was starting to recede and swell, and
Hmm.
I was like, no, this ain't right. And then when the pain set in with it, that kind of motivated me even further.
Yeah.
To, but at first, I thought it was just me. I thought, damn, man, this barometric pressure and because I suffer migraines is just absolutely tearing me apart.
Hmm.
And I started taking Amitrex, and then I noticed the tissue swelling was still there, and there was times that it was more frequent, and I was like, okay, now I get it. Now I'm with the program, and that's so intrusive.
Yeah.
That's why I call it the silent war. People
Yeah. I
they're
suffered for years, every winter. Um,
mm,
my teeth, would hurt. I'd have pain. Basically, it would radiate from my temple, and my eye would hurt. The muscle from your temple down to your jaw. It would be like a case of lockjaw, TMJ, and yeah, and then the swelling in the gums and bleeding, and I've lost 4 teeth from it, 4 molars.
damn.
Yeah. But
I
I've stopped
remember.
that. I've gotten the grounding devices, and that has stopped completely.
I remember when they first started running all the TMJ um, commercials and the restless leg syndrome commercials,
Yeah,
and they would hit with this particular, effect or this particular effect, and then suddenly the pharmaceutical is addressing TMJ, restless leg, tinnitus.
yeah,
I'm like, wow, that's a pretty funky pattern.
yeah. Jeez, how's that happen?
Yeah, and I do emphasize pattern.
Yep, yep. I
So
used that ElectroSmart app to track the pandemic. It tracked exactly with it.
really,
Oh yeah, yeah.
see, I
I
wasn't
followed.
I wasn't receptive to signals that I could identify at that time. I was out on the road.
Hmm.
I was one of the
Yeah, it was
what do
Global Wireless was the major contributor to the pandemic. Uh, Global Wireless is one of the major contractors out here. I don't know if
you
that's
okay?
from satellite or not. I think it's just ground based.
Damn, that's
They have the biggest
powerful.
transmitters. Yeah, they have the biggest transmitters. Yeah, get that
Why?
app because you can actually see the sources, the names of the sources, the power levels they're putting out. So that should
That's
be a really big assistance to you as
yes.
well.
Thank you, Max. Thank you so much for that, man. I
Did you put that
appreciate
on your
that.
phone?
Not yet. I'm going to. I'm using my phone right now. I've got my
Okay. I'll give you a link
un
to that too.
yeah, my unactivated um accounts that just use my internet. They have everything shut down in them except for a receiving port
Can you get
for
stuff
the
in the private chat? Are you able to
yeah
access the private? Okay.
on this registered device. I
Okay.
can.
Yeah.
And
There we go.
because the minute you register or put any type of plan on that device, it's no longer it's immediately identified with you.
Okay. There you go. There's the that app. It's
Awesome,
just on Play Store. So it
awesome.
might be a
Now,
dollar or two.
right, that's no big deal. I've got a couple that I experimented with that I had gotten from Play Store, but they weren't near
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I
there's
was
quite a few.
capable of.
There's a lot of them out there, but most of them just measure like the average power level around you, and they don't identify the individual source and its power level. And this one does, and it tracks the power level over the day, and puts it together in a graph for you. In the history, you can set the history to unlimited, so it'll keep a constant history for you of what's going on.
Good deal. So you know the peak times and
Yeah,
the the, the dead times, because
yeah. Like, go
one
ahead.
of the reasons I shifted to night living was one is it for me my rhythm is much better, but the other thing is it's easier to ward off different types of energies and frequencies.
Mm.
There's not so much of it, I guess, being transmitted at the wee hours.
Yeah, if you when you see the patterns, they like to hit us at like dinner time when you're putting the
Mm.
kids to bed, and when most people are going to bed. So 5, 8, and 11 o'clock are usually good peak times for them to pump out the energy.
Now, is this global networking? Is that the one that is also doing the biohacking,
Um, I don't know.
the nodal points? I would like to know.
I would
Was,
assume. Well, like you could assume. Let's see. Let's take a look at what's going on right now. Um, let's see. It could be that the global network is the one that's doing the biohacking, or even just like your local carrier, Kojiko,
Right.
or whatever you have, Sprint or whatever. Um, I think they're doing it just as
Well,
a
they're
part
they're
of
going to
their,
start from yeah, they're going to start from source and then go to all the conglomerates and then the
yeah.
smaller, um, even to the private proprietary type individual with maybe I don't know how it's affecting
They
ham.
probably, at the lower levels, they might just get a list of numbers. These are a bunch of nodes that belong to you that you can use. So here's their addresses.
Right,
They may
right,
not even know what they are, just their nodes. That's all.
right. Whenever they were picking up when they were picking up the MAC address of dead people, that immediately clued me in. I mean, you didn't have to say it. They thought it was entertaining and profound. That
That's scary,
wow,
is what it should
you,
be.
damn right, damn right.
Yeah,
Um, it immediately sent me into researching Bluetooth technology,
yeah.
um, how Bluetooth is working, how it's transmitting and sending packets, how the data transfer is in that, what bandwidth are they on, because
Hmm.
it, Bluetooth is a very damaging thing as far as I'm concerned. That's just a personal take on it.
I
And
agree with you.
exposure to too much of it, uh, even in the realm that I work in, I can feel it after I've worked with it for a while. I'm like, no,
Hmm.
no, I got to get away from this.
Yeah, I don't have any Bluetooth in my house. None of it.
You're better off for it.
Yep.
Definitely better off for it.
No, I won't do
I,
it.
I tried to let everybody know, even like the trusted user port on the computers or their laptops or their tablets or even their
Yeah.
phones.
It was
I
about
tried to,
3 or 4 months ago. They they put out a carrier wave for 5G, and
yeah.
damn, I felt that. That was about 4 or 5 months ago.
Well, that was. I'm trying to think of how close that correlated to that emergency signal. I've tried to keep up on all of this, but man, some of it is slips past me because I don't watch TV. I haven't watched
Yeah.
TV for forever, and I don't really Google a lot.
Mhm.
Um, I'm more of a platform
Well,
person.
even those of us that know about this stuff, like we really, like we don't know the extent of it. Like they've taken it to such a far extent. It's, most of us don't even know, what they're actually doing. And,
Right. I depend
the
on my
average person just doesn't pay attention to it. And there's so few of us that actually know what's going on in this area. And it's the
yeah.
scary, and it's the scariest thing out there, and it's the absolute worst thing because it's everything. It's your life, it's death, it's a control system. It's you know, it's what they're using to make you think that there's pandemics going on. Um, you know, it,
Yeah,
and
I
people just
agree with
don't
you, Matt.
don't don't understand how deadly this stuff is capable of being. Uh, yeah,
I tried to present
it's
that approach, and even when it was right in their face, Matt,
yeah, it's
they
hard to get it through to people. Um,
they it wasn't
and
registering with
even
them.
trying to understand the extent of it myself is really mind-boggling because it's so extensive what they've done.
Right. That's why I monitor. I use my programs more so than I use like the Weather Channel or any type of atmospheric information, um,
Yeah,
because I usually pick it up in real time and I can see it in real time at different different degrees and different
Mhm.
spectrums. But I guess I need to start paying attention to a little bit more what's going on in the public arena where this is concerned. There's, the people are getting their information somewhere sometimes ahead of me, and I find myself a little behind in the game because I'm working on a frequency that is kind of obsolete now, like they
Mm.
did with the VHS and the UHF.
Yeah. I think they still
But
use all those frequencies on us. They're just adding to it, in my opinion.
yeah, well, you remember when we all got the boxes, the digital boxes for
Yeah.
the new TVs, because Euro 13 channels just ain't going to work no more. We want this digital process, and forget UHF. That's way outdated. Oh, no, because there's still a signal being processed through there,
Yep.
and you can still register a signal on different frequencies, which is just up and down the dial. And I try and keep an open oscillator because I figure if I get hit with a big enough impact, it would be too late once I picked it up, but I would know what's affecting me. At least I would be
Yeah.
able to identify it.
Yeah. No,
I'd hope that it. Go ahead.
there was an interesting technology that I saw that could mitigate that. Only for your house, though. There's a technology that they use for sound canceling for windows, like for a virtual window, like a real window. Sorry, not a virtual window. For a real window, you actually put the device on the window, and it acts as a noise canceling device for ELFs and stuff.
That would be handy as hell to have.
So that would be at least some distance away. So you would be able to pick up the signal and maybe counter it in time.
And protect an entire room instead of a half of, well, a fourth. I've got a fourth
Yeah.
of this room, which is
Mm-hmm.
neutral. And whenever I dead the signal and I just have my defenses up, even
Mm-hmm.
my Wi-Fi detector stays in the red. No signal, no
Mm-hmm.
processing, nothing. Just totally absent. And I'm like,
Cool.
fuck yeah, that's awesome. That's where I want
Yeah.
it. But to do a whole room, man, I could do the whole,
Yeah.
each.
Because that technology could be used on walls, windows, anything.
Oh man, yeah, and especially if it's not a
And it's a
omnidirectional.
distance, and it's a
Yeah.
distance away too, so you could counter a signal by the time it reaches you.
Oh man, you're giving me hope here, Max. I'm buying your hopium. You're slinging the right information at me, man. I got to buy it. Definitely interested in that. I'm susceptible, highly susceptible to the bullshit that they send at us, and that started a lot of my endeavors. Like I said, with the teeth,
Yeah.
I've got a custom set of teeth that have fangs on them, and you're not a very convincing vampire when your teeth are falling out.
Yep.
Vanity. Oh, it was all vanity.
Yeah, it was the physical effect. I first countered a sick feeling in the winter. I used to get sickly in the winter. Now I don't because of the clothing I wear. Then I started tackling the headaches and teeth falling out, and I
Oh,
got past that. So, yeah, if I can further mitigate and possibly counter what's going on, for myself and other people, I'm I've been researching this for about 4 years now, I guess. But there's always people
awesome.
come by, like somebody just dropped by with his Pincergy and her frequencies and this information about us being network nodes, and I'm like, wow. You know.
Yeah, that man. Like I said, I just was, that
You know,
sent
I
me
just
into the
assumed
boutique
like we were
research
under
whenever
attack.
they
You
they
know, I
look.
didn't know we were being used like that. You know.
Well, it's a perpetual attack,
Yeah.
wouldn't you say? I
Hmm.
mean, it's like
Yeah,
it's kind of like
it's
being,
sustained. It's a sustained attack. Yeah.
yeah, and that's a violation that I'm, no, I can't consent. Sorry, you're just going to have to drag me out,
Yeah.
kicking and screaming.
Yeah. Now, there's a place called there's a site, an organization called the 5G Appeal, and they're working on litigation against these people. But you know, the problem is like right now they're trying. Well, just a while ago, they were beginning the trial on the first Nokia phones. So 20 years later, they finally
Right.
got to trial. Most of the people in the complaint are dead. So all they have to do is try and wait it out a little more.
Well, you knew that was coming whenever the initiative was struck on the advancement of 5G, 6G, and such forth, so on technology,
Yeah.
and that bill was I don't, was it passed or was it executive order? I don't remember.
They don't seem to worry about it.
No, no, not at
It
all.
doesn't matter. They'll just push forward anyway.
Well, I think between a few of the incidents that's happened with the one of the four elements here recently, and the close, well, the relative past, um, we kind of got a glimpse of what they can do to the environment from the sky,
Yep.
and that right there, when I seen, what it had done to aluminum and what it did to steel, and then there's a tree standing next to it. Deductive reasoning brings you to go, how the fuck does that happen? That has to be directed.
Yeah. It's a good site I've
But
been watching recently now too that I just found, geoengineeringwatch.com. They watch. He's got a good insight on what they're doing with the weather. You guys in the states and lower states are experiencing cold. We're experiencing hot up here in the north, and it's all geoengineering.
we are unnaturally warm.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I set probably, I'm going to say, probably 30 miles from the Michigan line.
Oh,
So,
okay, yeah, you're close to me, so yeah.
yeah, it's been unseasonably warm.
Yeah, it was 11 degrees up here, so around that'd be around 50 something. Probably
Yeah,
same as
40s,
around you.
high 40s.
Yeah.
And you're talking about really throwing your rhythms off, man. I'm seeing, I've got my heat turned off, you know.
Well,
Uh,
it's driven cardinals up here. We've got cardinals up here now. They're not supposed to be up here till March, April, and they're all the
I
way up here.
imagine them, the birds, the bats. Fuck, man, they've all got to be experiencing something from this. The,
Well, like
other than,
they're what they're doing is they're using ice nucleation materials, and what it does, like they found like I was just watching one of their videos. There are people like finding deer with their heads encased in ice because of
whoa,
these materials. Um, what they do is when like they make surfaces very very cold. We lost Dominic. Um,
yeah, I've seen that. He probably
so like
let's see what he left.
the snow on the ground will make things colder and actually freeze. Um, That's I noticed that when I was like coming in out of the cold or out of the snow, my my shoes would be actually frozen bricks, and usually you'd have to get to minus 15, minus 20 for it to do that, and it wasn't anywhere near that. But they would be like bricks until for a good long time, and the snow would stay cold on them like for a long, long time. So it was all artificial.
I Man, I had no idea. They, they're poisoning the shit out of everything.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to listen from the panel, he says.
Yeah,
My friend.
that's what I caught there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that you were into as deep as you are into to frequency development, and I knew you were aware. I knew that you understood what the frequency meant and the power of it. But it's good to know that somebody else is at least endeavoring on some type of defensive technique against it, because I don't
Yeah.
think too many people are
No,
at
there aren't
all.
at all. Well, nobody's aware of it, they don't really understand how, like we say, how deadly it is, But yeah, I think we can come up with some type of a defensive technology with some of that, some of those linking some of those technologies together. I think that should work, at least for a home.
I'm going to look into the window, um, that noise canceling, man. That that's even if I can adjust it and use it to send some of my frequencies or some of my cancellation through would be
Mm-hmm.
better than nothing.
Yeah. Yep.
I know. Have you been? Well, I'm sure you've been out in. I don't go out in public much, but the last couple experiences I've had in public, man, have almost been like sci-fi, Land of the Dead type shit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's and anger, man. People hostile as fuck. I'm like, has has it always been this way? No.
Yeah, I'm kind of in my own bubble. My wife's a better gauge of that. I use her observations for like even when I was using the app, like that app is great for that too. A range of 68 in my area, and you'll develop a sense for your area. A range of 68 in my area is where people get agitated. That's where their emotions um, get agitated. And it's interesting. You would think the higher level, the higher agitation, but it doesn't work that way.
Mm-mm.
They start to get sick, and then their empathy comes out. So it takes that certain level of power output to make them into to put them at an agitated state, but it doesn't translate to higher levels.
Right. And some of the I noticed that certain people that were interacting with me and they were using phones.
Mhm.
Obviously, the speaker or however they were interacting with their phone couldn't I couldn't get them, and so
Oh,
I
okay.
figured,
Yeah.
yeah, so I could almost tell who was listening through a set of speakers
Uh-huh.
and who had updated computers and who was listening through phones by the reaction. And if I could do that, then
Yeah.
I'm a pissweed in the field of what they
Yeah,
can
I've
do.
I've experimented with simple frequencies on people's emotions. It absolutely has an effect.
Yeah, yeah. I was just I had to catch myself, Matt. I was.
Yeah, I only use positive emotions. I know a lot of depressed people, so that was a pretty easy one for me. So
Right,
But
and,
yeah,
and you know, I respect your lack of participation in that now, more so than at the time I was like, you know, uh, carry on. I've got this. No, no, I really,
yeah, it's against
you
goes
know,
against free will, really.
yeah, it was me being no better than those who are using me right now,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's kind of how I looked at it, and I was like, that's intrusive because if I
yeah.
feel in violation, you know, yeah, so I packed everything away. I was like, fuck it. This is not the direction I want to take. And life circumstances and various things that come about changed my whole perspective on it and really humbled my ass very quickly.
So I'm glad to hear that.
I'm glad I was receptive to it.
Yeah, yeah, we have to be respectful, with any knowledge or technologies we have. People's free will is really the most important thing to me.
Right. I can. I had the not so much here lately, but my daughter's been obviously indulging. But I used to be able to dream link with my daughter, especially when she was young,
Mm,
just naturally. Now that she's in Colorado and she's got a different approach to life and is not quite so naive and innocent.
yeah,
I haven't been able to keep an eye on her like I used to. Feel her, and or wake up and know, that there had been an interaction take place. I wasn't ever
there
able to do it. I'm sorry. Go
there's
ahead, Max.
technology now that we can use to do that. We can have peer-to-peer psychic connections for around $300.
Really?
Yep. Oh yeah.
I
Yeah, it's gotten really really scary, dude. It's gotten really scary. Yeah, because we each have our own bio address. You've got an address. Your
yeah.
biofield's mapped. They can do it. Yeah, you can do it yourself. This lady, that's what I mean. You'll love this lady. She's got some really good information. She knows the sets that you need to do it, and she tells you. And
That is so awesome.
she's got defenses. There's mental defenses that can be used against this technology as well. She
And
teaches
you'd
that.
have to what condition that would take a type
It's
of
conditioning of the
conditioning.
mind.
Yeah.
Conditioning of the mind, and your own biofield, reinforcing your own biofield, which
Awesome.
many of us do right now. That's why you're probably able to detect outside emotions or emotions that you shouldn't be experiencing. You know,
Yeah, it's why
so
I don't hug or shake hands, um, even with family. It's that's an off limits, and they know it, and I know it.
hmm,
I don't allow that energy exchange to happen.
yeah, but we got to keep going on this technology thing and see where we can go with it.
Yeah, this
Um,
Max, you've really assisted and aided me immensely with this. I'm very excited about looking
well,
into this and
I
actually.
don't have the technical information to make this happen. I do have
Hmm.
I have the imagination. That's all. So I need techies.
I tell you what, man, when they shut Radio Shack down, I wept. You know,
Yeah, I used to love
candies,
Radio Shack.
yes, candies, leather, and Radio Shack, man,
Mm.
and both of them tied in together and shut down. And I was like, man,
I've got a
oh,
couple of great electronic stores near me, so I can get parts.
we've got we've got one called EV Electronics around here, and
Hmm.
it's luckily for me that they carry retro outdated technology too. And for people, I guess it's for connoisseurs of like older computers and outdated technology, but they still keep the carcasses of those machines. And you can go through in piece and part, and then they have a showroom where you can actually go through by category and get what you need. But I still think Candies and Radio Shack were the way to go. Man, it's just so easy.
Yeah.
I could get my
I
leather
put
and
in
my
the
electronics.
chat a link to. I
Oh,
put a link
somebody
to
wants a link?
the noise canceling device for the window.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got the others here in the back.
I was gonna. Let's see. Where were we? So, okay, hold on. My computer's cacking on me. There we go. So it's Extreme Tech Song Noise Cancellation and Isolation device that sits on your window. Peace and quiet. So regardless of where you're located. So it's a round device you put on your window. I don't know how I imagine you're good with electronics, so you could hack into it.
Oh yeah.
I can't, so that's why I need
Yeah,
people like you.
I may have to wear 2 sets
So
of
hopefully
glasses to
that's
solder them
something we
wires,
can.
but I can do it.
Yeah. So
Man,
hopefully you
Max,
can
I
set up
really
something with
appreciate
a
this.
device like that.
Yeah, especially it being omnidirectional. You know, I have unidirectional technology, but that's that's something I don't generally work with a lot. But the omnidirectional and the wave technologies and the transmission, it seems to be
Mhm.
more more practical, and it's actually more defensive in that type of setting. The unidirectional is just, it got bad written all over it. Um, Directed, and that's just a singular directed frequency, and kind of a laser type. Whereas hopefully this is a draped wave that covers the whole window, and then maybe I can get it to do a wall.
Yeah, it says it'll do 30 to 80 decibel range. I'm trying to, I don't have frequency range on it, but it might have something here. Don't see any specifications list. Extreme comments.
Yeah, see, I would be kind of reversing the function of the device to make it into a transmitter for a
Yeah.
frequency. So I'd have to do a lot of development and measurements in millimeters and hertz, megahertz.
Well, couldn't you
And
use the device itself to feed back on itself?
you would think that you could echo it if you could get the right signal to it.
What
That's
if you
what I
use
do
two
with.
devices, one to gather the signal and one to transmit? Like, it's got to
Right.
be doing both at the same time, right? Because it would stop ELFs, you would hope, that it works at that level. At least to, like it says 80 decibels, but it doesn't say how many hertz. But you would figure it would go up to at least a human range or a car audio range on its
That's
own.
if they're using. That's if it's it, what kind of it, signal it's putting out to block those frequencies. I'm going to have to
Yeah.
research it and look and see, because I'm sure that it would have to be tweaked, and I'd have to gauge it for certain frequencies if I could get it to work.
Yeah.
And but right now, it's probably FCC safe. It's probably you know whatever friendly to keep anybody from using it as a defensive weapon. But
Oh, interesting.
you can always
Okay.
experiment.
It's using microphones and lasers with magnets on a speaker base. Interesting. A laser microphone. That, what would that pick up? Micro
Well,
movements?
they're probably dispersing the laser with a omnidirectional microphone. Using the microphone as well, it would have to be a transmit. There's something that would have to break that laser down into a wave, because a laser by nature is directive. It's unidirectional. And then the microphone would have to be um, frequency sensitive. So yeah, you've got both the transmitter and
And they've got several different antennas here. Antenna contacting ray and energy antenna. Excellent. This might
I'm
do a
curious.
lot for you.
Yeah, I'm curious
on its
how they're
own.
getting. I can fan a laser.
Yeah, this is all in
But I
like it's in a coaster-sized thing. You just stick on your window. It's amazing.
micro
If it
technology.
works. Yeah.
Yeah, them applying the laser threw me off there. Really, I didn't think they had that incorporated into the public realm other than as a novelty.
I gotta get me one of these. I want a
I'm
couple of them actually.
curious how they're getting that. If they're using that laser as a shield, they got to be
It says it's a
turning that.
microphone. So it's a part of the microphone system. It's a sort of part of the sensing system.
So they're using the laser then to pick up
I would expect movement, waveform movement of some sort.
Yeah, I could see a laser being sensitive enough at any point to be triggered. I mean, you got motion sensors that work off of even less technology. So using a laser, I mean, that's kind of old technology for motion sensoring, but I see how it could apply to picking up waves and vibrations, frequencies. So it has to have a transmitter in it somewhere.
Yeah, it's got the speaker. That's the transmitter.
Okay.
So it's got a speaker base, several parts to the speaker. Part of this antenna is neat. The antenna is really cool. It makes up the base of it. The speaker is in it's basically like a coaster shape. It's a round thing. So the speaker is right in the middle of it, and it's got the sensors on the placed around it or in it or something. It's very well set up, like awesome.
I've obviously fallen behind on working on shit I'm working on and doing what I'm doing.
I was looking for noise canceling headphones because I was going to strip them down and try and use them as a way to counter it. with like hooking them up to speakers instead of just having them put out to the headphones, right?
Right. Right. I use a Bose open source, um, and actually on both sides of me here, and that's what I run my tones through because I found that those are the most effective is the Bose
Yeah.
speakers. I don't know if it's because of the design and how they design their speaker, but
Mhm.
I get a better effect from it. And then there's some studio speakers that they carry, which have a great, absolute, magnificent range to them. They're a little expensive, but just for private studios and being able to plug in to your main for recordings
Yeah.
so that you're getting pure sound. And I was looking into those. They're a little more expensive than the Bose, but still, you're going to be, I forked out some money, so I know that endeavor is not going to be cheap for anybody if they want to
No.
get a pure tone. You can get a close to a pretty close to pure tone in certain ranges, with just generalized, you know, PC speakers.
Hmm.
But when you start getting into extensive frequency ranges, you're either going to bottom it out or you're going to peak it,
Yeah.
and you're just getting nasty distortion at that point in time.
Yeah.
I thought about running it into some of my amplifiers, but I'm I don't know I don't know what effect that would.
Yeah.
I guess I could. I could give it a try. It would be no different than these bows. I don't know. I'll have to check
Give it a
into that.
try. Yeah, give it a try.
Yeah, because it's a half stack, and then I've got my vocal EA. So I've got two sources. As long as it could handle the range, man, and it wasn't bottoming out or peaking. Shit. Damn, Max, you're inspiring.
Cool. Thanks.
Awesome. Awesome. Motivation, man. Motivation, information too. Obviously, I'm slacking because I should have been up on this. I really should have. By the fact that my endeavors are in that direction, I should have been up
Mm.
on it. So I've been so much into the metaphysical, Max, and working with energies and trying to um, trying to disrupt the frequency that sustains this reality. If you can relate to that,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
that's what I'm working on. So that gives you a little bit of insight
Yeah. The
on,
inner self, right?
yeah, and the external environment
Hmm.
through artificial
Yep.
means. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. Um,
I think
I,
we
I,
got this, Axis. I think we'll come up with a solution.
I
I
think
think
so.
we will.
Yeah, because I'm going to research the hell out of this now, and especially the that link
You
that
know,
you
I've even
sent
got
with
the
the
frequencies for you that they're using. So that's half the
shit.
battle right
Yeah,
there.
yeah, it keeps me from having to rotodial oscillators and break out the old peak meters
Yeah,
and
because there's only certain frequencies that actually access the human body, and those are specific. So there's that would be a pretty small range, I would think.
right. It, you'd be surprised how little it takes to affect a person to send you into an alpha or a beta or even a disruptive or a content. I mean, damn, all up and down the dial, but really doesn't take that much because I was able to incorporate that technology and utilize it.
Yeah.
and but it opened my eyes, and
Mhm.
I hope that people that hear this, at least it opens their eyes
I
and
hope
lets
so
them
too.
know.
They don't understand what they're up against.
No, they
You know,
really
most people
don't.
think they know the battle they're in, but they don't. You know,
Mm,
it's far
no,
worse than people think.
yes, and I agree with you 100% on that, Max. I wouldn't have endeavored so far with what I did if I didn't think it was detrimental.
Yeah. It's one of my
And
main focuses on my channel. I'm constantly talking about it because it people don't understand. They just don't. You know, I don't harp on it too much. I try not to, but damn, I could just go on all day. You know.
do you have sound programs? Because the
Yes,
next time
yes, I
I
do. Yeah, I do.
okay, because I'd say the next time I'm online with one of my computers or my laptop, I could I could send you some I could send you some files and some programs.
Okay, cool. Thank
Yeah,
you.
they're studio. They were a couple of them were taken out of they were liquidated from a recording studio.
Yeah, if you could just okay. So these are frequency ranges.
Yeah, they handle uh, variables. I mean, they're actually for music production,
Yeah.
but when they're scrutinizing music development and they're getting ready to master track it, generally runs with these programs.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've used a few different sound programs. I'm not very good with them, but
Well, these are a little older, but they're still very, very effective.
okay.
And the the one program, it's got the open air oscillator. All you got to do is hook a mic up and let it start picking up, and then observe the plug-in for the frequency range. And the plugins come with the program. They install with the program, and just run the plug-in within the program while you're got the mic plugged in, and then you can start monitoring in real time.
Okay. Cool. I have to
Yeah,
get off here.
okay,
It's pretty late for me. I should get to bed. I'm glad I
Max.
was able
Thank
to
you.
catch you and share that. Uh, we'll keep some back and forth going on this because I think we got something going.
Absolutely, and I want to. I behind the scenes, I want to let you in on the research that I'm doing with the peering through things, altering the visual spectrum, and things along that line. But I
Okay.
won't. I'll wait, and
Wow.
we'll discuss them personally.
All right.
So, hey,
Thank
thank you.
Thanks for having me up. We'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely, thank you, Max. I want
Bye
to
bye.
thank everybody that participated tonight. I panelists, chat, anyone who's going to be listening to this in the future. Thank you. I appreciate it. All love to everyone, and Axis out.